I still have no clue what's going on with this family. I've been wanting to play this game for a couple days now. Any game that I play on stream, I tell myself not to play it off stream. But I think about it. Thankfully, with games like this and Road Warden, which we will finish, I swear to God, there's a lot to think about. There's a lot of things that happen, too. Last time we ended off, we found out a bit more details and a bit more mysteries about what's going on. Clancy Edwards has a child that he hated. For some reason, he said, thank goodness she's gone. We got a lot of information from... Is her name Lucille? What is her name? Lucille sounds like the right name. It sounds old enough. What is her name? Lauren. It was Lauren. We also got a bunch of information about Sam, a unknown child of Elias Jr., Ernie Jr. One of the Ernie Juniors. There's actually a bunch of them. We know that there's 3 Eliases, and so actually, I revised my idea of what Ernie meant. I don't think Ernie is Elias, because it doesn't make any sense. There's only 3 Eliases, and the other Elias must also be a junior, and must be the firstborn son. So ergo, that other Elias, C, must be this one. But I can't imagine why she would want to name her child Elias, given that we know that Gwendolyn was, in a way, shafted for the role of presidency because she was a woman, right? As it goes way back in the day. There's also some questions in the air about exactly who these 2 people are, because now that we know that Ron and Robbie are actually a whole different line, that doesn't really matter. And you know, we know that them having that lawsuit, while related probably to who this person was, because whoever they were suing or trying to get rid of, or trying to excise from the Clancy Trust, probably is inside here for what they were trying to do to the family. They themselves are not the 2 names. When we learned about this sort of unknown state of people and this weird sort of web of conspiracy around some other distant relatives of the 3 sisters from Rafferty, not Claude, Chris, and his art website, where he talks about his 3rd cousin, Stephanie Jones, who Carl got a letter from, signed CM for CM Punk from WWE. If he has controversies, just insert some other name, I don't really know. Saying we need to put aside our differences. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot to go off of. There's a lot. And there's also a lot of various leads that we have to go on. But last time we were playing this, I got stuck trying to go from the University of Connecticut into Davis. I don't know why Davis was not a possible thing to get. It was very odd. This guy. It was very odd. Inspect Chris's art project. Dichotomy, bifurcation. I wonder if this has any... You know what? Davy's younger sister, Davy, Stephanie Jones. Why don't we just search Stephanie Jones dichotomy? Stephanie Jones dichotomy. Dichotomate. Okay, well that definitely didn't work. But for some reason, I couldn't figure out where to go from Stephanie Jones as well as Davy. These 2 characters were basically impossible for me to figure out where to go from here. I think we checked out her campaign mailer, but we might as well do it again. In Butler County Times. We do Davy. Davy, his name is not Jones, right? What's his name? Please, oh god. Okay, I really hope I finish that plugin so we can do this better, but this is a little much over here. Who is Davy exactly? Davy... Stephanie Jones. While most of it is unimportant, Stephanie Jones... Well, wait, until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Sorry, her husband's Brian Jones. Okay, so... Did I write that down? No. Why did I write that her mother was a lesbian? What? What? Mother was a lesbian. What? Married to Brian Jones. Oh, you know what? I can search the husband. I think her lesbian... we don't know her name yet. Wait. Yeah, we don't really know her name yet. Why did I say her mother was lesbian? What? Where'd that come from? Oh, grew up in a home without a father, my mother and a partner. Essentially an entirely female influence, right? Her mother, Caroline, a local artist. Caroline Jones. Caroline Roottrees. Wait, Stephanie Jones. So her mother was Caroline, which I couldn't figure out what the last name was. But the weird part is that her mother has appeared on the front page at some point. Ryan Jones. Hey, here we go. Well, there are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Wait a minute. Here we go. The husband of... Because people always say, like, oh, hello, James, and James's wife. Now I say Jones. Now I say Stephanie Jones. Now I say Stephanie and Stephanie's husband, you know, just to kick it back to the patriarchy. Husband of Stephanie Jones took over Jones Graphic. You know, this is already a better start than last time. From father in 1995 after 20 years. Damn, that's a long time actually. Brian. Oh wait, is the green screen on? It is. The green screen is on. Oh, so good. So very nice. Gotta put my virus picture on. Gotta really lean into the fact that I might have a virus on my PC here. There we go. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. There are many advertisements over the years. So was he small? Yep. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years. Even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania, or search for us online. I designed the website myself. Okay, this might be the worst website ever done. If I go Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. Wow, not even iframes, just frames, eh? Very fancy. I remember back then when HTML had stuff like the swirly text or like the wavy text, where it had like the colorful text, but like the colorful rainbow text that could move up and down. Nowadays, HTML is very boring. You know, I will say this: web standards have ruined one thing, and that thing is fun. Because when you're a mom and pop shop, do you really give a shit about sustainability and maintenance and like all this other like crazy stuff? Like, no, you're going to hire someone. But you know what you really want? To load up your version of Dreamweaver and just have like rainbow text that can wave up and down. By default, with nothing but with a single HTML tag. Or whatever the thing is called. I keep figuring it's the name. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. So they work for Stephanie Jones's camp. Wait. This is actually interesting. They worked for a lot of people, but in various different ways. So, company of Brian Jones worked for Stephanie Jones and the Roottrees Candy Company. This is weird because the letter to Carl implies something about not carrying forward problems into the new generation. So why did they work together when Carl was El Presidente? Right? That doesn't make any sense. But we also get a bunch of names of places. So I never actually checked out the Miracle Network, mind you, of the Miracle family. Roottrees Motors, I guess they have a car company. Jesus, this company is like a monopoly. Butler County Holiday Light Post Manors, Butler County School District, Butler Summer Theater. At the bottom it also says, we also do web design. Come on in to get a quote today. For Children of Eden. What? We have a lot of things to search here. So we do, okay. Have I ever searched the candy company? I don't think I ever have. I've never seen this, I don't think. Website is unstable. History mention. It's funded by a president, no CEO. Every president has been a direct descendant. Yep. 5 pieces. Oh, right. I remember finding this. I never searched up root, I don't think. No, I have. Because it's, yeah, I have it in here. Okay, so if I go back. Butler County. I guess I could do Butler County Holiday Light Post. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Wait, I think I read this before. It's presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years. The video game called Roottrees, yeah, and this led me down to the secret. Right, okay, so that led me down to the secret. Butler County Miracle Network. I don't think I've ever searched this. Yes, I have. What about Roottree Motors? That's new. You find a hit for Roottree Motors on the Jones graphic and print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured in other places. Right, like the year. Wait a minute. Didn't one of the presidents die of a car crash? There's an ad for Roottree Motors in the paper. It seems Roottree Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. Huh. This, okay, first off, yeah, so motor company. What the fuck? What does this mean? Because motor is everything. Used to be called Wilkins Motors. This is funny because, well, it's not funny. Is it funny? Is it funny because it's morbid? Is it funny in like a haha way? Or is it funny in like a haha, I'm in danger kind of way? This is funny because one of the presidents died in a car crash. Wait a minute. So what? Well, who died in a car crash? One of the presidents. Guy. Guy. Why did I write down Guy? What's his name? Oh, his name is Guy. Okay, so wait, so Guy. Guy? Why is his name Guy? Ernie Madsen Jr. What? Oh shit, we got his full name. I didn't realize. So Ernie Jr. is Ernie Madsen Jr. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. Here we go. Yeah, Ernie Jr. Yeah. Full name is Ernie Madsen Jr. So, yes, so my theory of them being Eli's was wrong. Because this makes sense. There's only 3 Eli's. We know that there's an Elias C, M being Miracle, C being, I don't know, like Cocksucker, I don't really know. And then there's Elias Jr., which is like the first generation. So we know this. It wouldn't leave any room for Ernie Jr. too. So Guy, why didn't I ever search? Wait, Guy. Well, he has to be a root tree, right? Because he's like a root tree. I don't know. Was Guy? It was just this guy. No results found for Guy. Who is Guy? So wait, so yeah, because Guy. It's funny because Guy, one of the presidents, died in a car crash. Specifically with a drunk driver. Why did I write down drunk driver? Where's Guy? I'm gonna call him Guy Fieri for now. Feels weird to call someone Guy. Or maybe it's like French, like Guy. Guy. An ad for Roach. Yeah, okay, it has been run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but the listing has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Wow, that's new. Hello. A Roottrees motor ad that ran from 1974 to 1977, while it was still called Wilkins Motors, advertised that the former name of Roottree Motors was Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Roottree family. Oh, so they married in. Okay, it used to be called Wilkins Motors. The above implies that the Wilkins married into the family, because the associated ad from 1974 to 1977 implies that they joined the family. Could also mean like a mafioso family joining together, but I don't know yet if this game is going for Sopranos or or like Suds the car wash. You know what I mean? Like, is it Suds the car wash, or is it the Sopranos? I don't really know. It's really either or. Really depends. Need funny noises? Need new oil? Any funny noises? No worries. Come by. We'll fix her up. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Haha. The Roottrees Motors ad that ran from 1977 to 1995. Roottrees Motors are the local family mechanic. Your local family mechanics. Dan, he's hurt. Porium. Dan, he's hurt. Porium. Own Dan, he's hurt. Porium. Here have the id's best rhythm of very public plicated. So everything time Pittsburgh. Same number, same place. A photo. Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Hello, Tessa. Time to stalk you. A Roottrees Motors ad that is presently running first appeared in 1996. Says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years as a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, the newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. So Roottrees Motors parents means that one was a Roottrees for sure, one was a Wilkins. Okay, this is good. We just go down this route. For now, we'll come back to the other route later. Wow. Wow. That's... Wow. Wow. What? Wait, Tessa Wilkins. Tessa? How does this work? It's like, which one comes first? Which one comes last? Wilkins. Who's a Roottrees? Maybe Tessa doesn't even exist. Well, shit. Okay. Well, that's a problem. Well, we have a Tessa. Tessa Roottrees. Your local fixer-upper at your local mechanic in your local locale. Learned from the Roottrees Motors family. Learned from... Uh-oh. Her Roottrees Motors parents, which is presumably one Wilkin, one Roottrees? Well, no, this doesn't make sense. 1996 to 1995. Wait, yeah, this makes sense. So she was born at the ripe old age of like 20. From 1995 to 1996, she was born at the ripe old age of 20, and went straight to the car life. Okay, well, that's a stupid theory. It's a dead end. Like, it's not a dead end, but like, oh god. Jones, what are you doing, Jones? Butler County School District. They didn't have the colloquial FBI list back then, right? Like, this is safe for me to search of schools, right? Butler Summer Theater. Oh, actors. Hey, yeah, we have a lot of actors in the family. The Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it's not summer currently, the message is a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, nice, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. Musicals are very hard to do. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast, it lists the crew and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. Who names a child after a month? Your local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There's hardly any other information available, but it's local. So we go what was his name again? November Studios. You know what this is? This is what people do when they get into like a new online personality. They learn about somebody that they really enjoy watching, and then they say, okay, who is this person? I guarantee you, one of you has Googled who I am, and one of you has like tried to figure out who I am and what I was doing before, right? Because I've gotten comments of like, there's no way this is your first time. And I'm like, well, the only way that you would know that is if you tried to look for me and failed. Because that's not a comet that comes out of nowhere. You must have tried to find me and then fail, and so you come to me pleading, begging for a hint about my past. I have none! I have no past! Instead of November Studios, then maybe they should have called the place No Mention Studios, because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought though. No Mention Studios. I know it's stupid for me to search this, but I just kind of want to see if the game does anything. Okay. Well, that's weird. Ballet and jazz class. Ballet. Ballet and jazz classes. I mean, I feel like that's important though, because why would the name jump out? Doesn't make any sense. Modern music. November. Nothing. But there was a show name. We know what the thing they were performing was called because Jones has loose lips and he has sunk the ship basically. This guy is just... Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stephen Schwartz. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson really likes it. There's no way this is a real... Children of Eden, Stephen Schwartz. Holy shit, it's real. The musical is based on the book of Genesis. Wait a minute. You got me there, John. You got me there, John. Jeremy Johnson, you got me there. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is an important thing. So if I go back to... Has to be important. Some dance studio of some kind that specializes in ballet and wait a minute, what if this is also a real November Studios? No, it's not real. The only November studio I get is in wow, it's a photography studio. Wow, that's the worst photo I've ever seen in my life, but they're 5 stars. Wow. Okay, never mind, that's a sick photo. Okay, I take it back. That's pretty good. So, what? Children of Eden. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson really likes it. There's no way this is Stephen Schwartz, right? Stephen Schwartz. Realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making, and decided to use it instead of something fake. That's kind of an Easter egg. I see. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. You know what this is? You know what this is? So, there's a certain psychology to blogging that I've been thinking about for a long time. It's roughly, I think, the same psychology that is there with streaming as well, right? There's a certain type of person that can't help but want to share their thoughts with the world, because in a way, you feel more alive when you're connected with the world, because there's no difference between you or I, let's say. That's a very sort of like philosophical, theological thing, right? So in doing so, the game developer too also does this. The game developer sees this need within them to share with them their thoughts with the world and to connect with it, to feel alive, simply because there's no real difference, and they find joy in it, right? And so in doing so, they psyoped us. They psyoped me into looking up about Children of Eden. They psyoped me in a game about learning and breaking apart and understanding information and building an understanding of what it is. They psyoped me into doing that for a thing that they loved, to then share their love with me in this sort of like roundabout way, in a way expanding their love to fill all the empty space in my heart. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Grafton Print. Instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. Well, I don't need your hints. I know what's going on. Maybe. I don't know. We do Children of Eden. Butler County. Summer Theater. Sound gun. Butler's... Oh, it's Butler Summer Theater. Oops. Hey, Butler Summer Theater has been around for at least 30 years. They perform plays and musicals with a cast and crew from in and around Butler County. Nice. There are hundreds of mentions of their performances, not just in reviews, but in many nearly identical advertisements for their box office and tickets, as well as yearly announcements of upcoming shows and seasons. They also tend to take out a full-page ad at the end of every season that says thank you, and lists the names of the shows they performed with no additional information. As of this year, however, it mentions they have a website. But take a full-page ad at the end of every season. 1998. I don't know how this works. Children. What is the search term that I need? Where would I get the ad? Butler County. Butler's Summer Theater. Butler Summer Theater. 1998. Where in God's name would I do this? What? Wait. I just had to know. So, how do I... I know the year matters. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. List of credits. So, what was the periodical again? Butler Summer Theater. List the names of the shows they performed with no additional information. I see. So, usually it has no information. It's just the shows that they did. So it's either November Studios, but we also have Jones Graphic and Print, which we know about now. But the interesting part is that November Studios doesn't lead anywhere. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. How do I see... jazz lessons. Ballet lessons. Well, that's a bit of a dead end. This sucks. So, Jones Graphic and Print. I can do this. School. You know what? Butler County School District. Butler County School District. One of the sibling of Davy is a child, Bethany, who goes to school. That's Stalker's school. Butler County School District, and then an FBI agent breaks down my door inside the game. Stephanie Jones's campaign. Stephanie Jones's. I already read her thing, right? Stephanie Jones's campaign. I don't know about Stephanie Jones's. Davy, Yukon. Oh, you know what? Search the team name. You know, okay, do a different track. Yukon. Yvonne Yukon, Davy Kellogg the Fourth. And the Huskies. Search the Huskies. We got the Huskies. The Yukon Huskies. Okay, well, the Davy Kellogg the Fourth. There's no... I don't know how to proceed from here. This is the hard part. I don't really know how to proceed from this particular set of people. Jones Graphic and Print. Roottrees Motors seemed like it was going somewhere, but now we have nothing. Maybe we do Tessa Roottrees. Guy Roottrees. I don't know. Oh, Roottrees Guy. Oh. Roottrees Motors. We have the photos. Wilkins Motors. You don't feel that the older ads are relevant, though why the name changed may have been. Yes, of course. Wilkins Motors. Okay, that's a dead end. Alright, well, how many dead ends are there? Tons. The only thing I know for sure is that... Okay, well, okay. There was one other thing that I wanted to check out, which I remembered, but it was hard for me to figure out what this is. Is this the one? Yes. Something about the brothers. The names... Scandalous Secret Sam. Okay, that's the addendum. With Life Between Words on the notable list, book was published. Granddaughter of Elias. Her mother's family was called the Cossels. Wait, Cossells. Oh shit, I didn't think about that. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Cossell. The Cossells. What was her mother's name? We actually don't know her mother's name. Have I ever even searched up Clancy Edward? He's a bit of an interesting character too. Clancy Edward Roottrees. The Clan-Said Trust, right? Company mandates and accountants for each blood relative. Yep. Guest lecturer, 5-piece guarantee. This was the one about RR trying to get rid of one. But now I have the Butler County Times. So Clancy Edwards Roottrees. Clan-Said Trust. Oh, you know what? I think I know why the timing is there. It's to help me place where these characters are. But we need to figure out her siblings. Basically, this whole line, I'm pretty sure we have the information because she mentions all of her siblings at some point. It was Pop, first generation, Lauren's generation, the next generation, the free spirit. If I search that, there's no way that shows up, right? The next generation. It's just gonna show up like Star Trek. I knew it. Like I knew it was gonna. The Next Generation is a television series in the Star Trek franchise. Yep. Okay. Star Trek is primarily known for inspiring the song "Star Trekkin'" by The Firm, which hit #1. What? The Firm. Is it a real song? What? The Firm, Star Trekkin'. Wow. That's a real song. Song by British comedy band. Yeah, that's the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm not good with the comedy music. If you Star Trek, you have Star War. Oh, I see. You only like the good one. I see. Okay. The Free Spirits. There we go. The Next Generation. You know what? Clues aren't necessarily done, even though I move on from them. I should be looking back at these older clues, too. Gwyn, older child, glamorous life, starlet. Yep, we know about Wild Bill and then Harrison Lane. Harrison Lane is interesting because he reunited with an old love on the set of a show. Which is interesting. I feel like that's a weird bit of information to have. I can raise a child. Yep, off topic. Yeah, diary entry. Dynasty. Wish I'd been on a fly in the wall. Zach. Here we go. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Oh, Zach. Oh. How come I didn't put Zach down? Oh, right, because I don't know if it's a Morden or a Wilson. I need to know about Gwendolyn. Who the fuck is Gwendolyn? I'll never forget the cuss words. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all. So, firstborn son does not imply firstborn. If it came up that a woman could take over. Angie is older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest. So Angie is actually on the left side over here. Okay, so I don't know who. I wish you could put placeholder names, but this should be Angie. Problem is, I don't know what her name is. It probably is Morden because it said Angelica Morden there, but I don't want to do that because it feels like cheating. The way that it's popped up Morden as the last name. Is there a way to turn that off, actually? No. So, Morden, Angelica Morden. We define Gwendolyn. Okay, Gwendolyn. What happened to you? Gwendolyn? There's zero information about this woman. She's just gone. Like, what happened to her? Gwendolyn Roottrees. 5. I've never searched 5 pieces here. The Butler County Times has played host to many Roottrees advertisements of the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. Carl Roottrees. Carl is mentioned. Actually, I don't think I've ever searched Carl. Huh. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White. Yep, they're both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous. Apparently, in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. Aww. Weak bones. The article also mentions that Ernie is from 1996, when Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottree Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently stayed at the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times. Oh shit, other than a few mentions. Wait, here we go. I know his real name too. Excusez? Other than a few mentions. The article does mention an illness as the reason why he stepped down. Brenda White? We define more. Okay, more. Ernie Jr. illness. God. Just let me know why he died. Davy Kellogg. You know what? He's on the team. He came in second. Davy Kellogg the 4th. Davy Kellogg. Kellogg's? Yukon. You know what? Of course it's not in Butler County Times. Wait, so... how did I get there again? Chris Raff 77 at prodigy.us. What's his email again? 25. Sorry. So old. Go Tartans. Carnegie Mellon University. Tartans. Go Tartans. So, Chris Raff went to Carnegie Mellon. Odd collage named Cousins. Yeah. His third cousins, he had for Davy. Yukon Davy. What's weird is I can't find Davy's name at all. Like, it's like... Davy Kellogg just doesn't exist. Bethany Kellogg? No, her name is Kellogg, right? Stephanie Jones. Caroline Roottrees. What was her original name? Caroline Landon. Stephanie Landon, no? Wait, Caroline Landon. How am I search Landon? Because we know her mother's name. She was born a... No, that's Lauren. Yeah, Landon. Let's see, just to confirm, Stephanie Jones. The most recent results lists Stephanie Jones in a small report. Born Stephanie Landon, which means Caroline Landon is also the mother's name. But she's an artist. Where do you find artists? Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. Like Caroline has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times a few times past. Caroline Landon should be the name. Maybe it's Roottree Landon? Are you supposed to use the weird list of names that the board has for you to find things? Like, that feels like cheating. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I shouldn't be doing that. But how else do you make the jump? How else do you make the jump? How else do you make this jump? Because there's a Lulu, but we don't know her nickname. There's no way to confirm it. It's just clues. Could be Zach Roottree, actually, maybe. I don't know. Zach Roottree. Yeah, Noble's List. It has an entry entitled Sam Obscure Relative, Sam Roottree. I wonder if that would ever show up. EC and John. Sam Roottrees. What's her name, actually? We have a name. She's on the board. Yeah, Samantha Roottrees. Roottrees Farm. I've been closer. There's something very important here. Where's the Jones website? Brian Jones Graphic and Print. Miracle Network, Roottrees Motors, Butler County School District, Butler Summer Theater. Cool. Butler County School District. I'm actually kind of stumped. End of the day, nothing's happened. Blood is thicker than syrup. Clark's getting married, barely 18. Danielle isn't much older. What? Danielle? Who's Danielle? Oh shit, that's his first wife. Clark's first wife was named Danielle. Franks, that's the only name that's there. Okay, sure, we'll do a very educated guess, I'm sure. Danielle Franks. Danielle Franks. But married to Danielle, much older. Jacob and I got married. Jacob Roottrees. Well, no, I know his name. Jacob something. Clark, like the rest of the first generation, because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Zach's not a bad president after all, we know that. His sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Twins? What twins? Roottrees Presidents. Roottrees Company. Roottrees Candy Company. Roottrees Twins. So we have one extra name in her. Maybe, what was Chris's website? Chris Rafferty. The Art of Rafferty. Copyright 1997. Cousins. Dichotomy. I mean, these three are probably the forgotten. Like, I'm pretty sure my theory about this whole family line on the left side being forgotten because she's a woman is actually in play. I bet you Stephanie is in here as well as Bethany because they seem like the same name, as well as Davy. Problem is, I don't really know how to get from Davy to anywhere else. Like, it's so hard to get to Davy. But maybe this article is about Chris. Chris Rafferty. How's Carolyn Landon Roottrees? Is Landon even the correct name? We know Stephanie Jones had a letter with a CM at the back. It was a voting thing. Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. We do City Council. Let's do City Council. Butler City Council. Brian Jones. From his father, 1995. Yep, staple of Butler County. Butler County takes its time. The Wilkins, then married to become something. I see my problem. My problem is I can't place these people, and I can't place who James was. And James, I think you were supposed to find early on. In doing so, you narrow down more of the children and where they go. As well, we got Gwyn, but Gwyn was a bit of an extra and probably shouldn't have been found so easily. Margaret Light is also here. It's like the women of the Roottrees disappear. Like, they're born and then they disappear. I don't understand. Hey, being a woman fucking sucks. Like, back then, like, it sucked. Because everything that you did would just disappear as a woman. Like, it's like you can't find anything about these women because they weren't allowed to have any power. They were just there to be like, you know, baby making machines. This is awful. Secret romance, yeah. I really want to see who EC and John are too, based on this farm. Wait a minute, is that why they're connected to Roottrees Samantha? Because of EC and John? Like, I bet you this is top secret EC and John because they helped raise her at the farm. Or why, actually. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Brenda Roottree. No, what is... Elias... Zach is here. His sister is over here. I need to find Zach's name. I don't know who any of Clancy Edwards' children are, but she actually talks about it somewhere here. There's a photo somewhere. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie has been learning the day-to-day from Zach Jr. She's a fine woman. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. There's her husband named Ernie. But Ernesto doesn't show up. Like if I search Ernie, it's like there's no Ernesto. It's an unknown male. For sure. Because she got... Well, I mean, I guess... Well, I don't think surrogacy was available in 1970s, no? Was it available? Because otherwise someone would have to nut in inside of her. I'm going to assume that back then they didn't really stray too far from the traditional lines of the male role and the female role. You know what I mean? Like they didn't really stray too far from the gender stereotypes of like nut or be nutted. So it's just stick with this. Okay, so sorry. Well, maybe. I mean, could be. But he for sure nutted. He actually nutted like constantly. This guy nutted like shit ton. Holy fuck. This guy nutted so hard he made whole like 4 generations. That's crazy. I wish one day that my nut too could spread so far and wide and plow and fill the fields with such virility and life. And how do you finish off Roottrees Miracle the third? Miracle Roottrees. Had his son, collection of churches. You find mention legal troubles. 3 generations of miracles. Miracle Roottree the Third. Miracle Roottree the Third. Well, I know about the legal troubles because the fake wheelchair thing. Man, it's dead ends. Ernie Jr. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and the children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Why would she say Ernie Jr.? Maybe that's his real name. Maybe they call him Elias Jr., but then he took the name Ernie to distinguish himself. And so Ernie Jr. is like her child down here, who became the other president. That's probably why. You know, maybe I'm wrong about the Ernie. Maybe Ernie is not Ernesto and actually Elias. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. As a bonus, so it's Gwyneth and Elias Jr. We have both Eliases. Actually, we have both Eliases as is. We have Elias M. This is Elias C. So if I just guess that this is like Elias C, and then there's a Gwyneth. Madsen? Ernie Madsen Jr. Ernie Madsen Jr. Ernie Jr. The spouse is named Madsen. Yeah. Yeah, because the son is named Ernie Madsen Jr. Yeah, so this for sure confirms that it's Ernie Madsen Jr. But what? So Elias M. Elias Jr. Ernie is probably her husband then. So she married an Ernie. So it's not Elias. I don't get it. But it like doesn't make sense for Elias C, because Elias C would be over here instead of this guy, Elias M. Like I thought Elias M was Elias Miracle, but maybe it's Elias Madsen for Ernie. But I don't know. Scandalous secrets came out. What a shock to everyone. Sam and Patricia. Oh yeah, right, the Steel Mogul. Patricia Christensen, I can't believe I've never bothered to look for this. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles. After that, it went out of business. I mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence. Yes, Tina Angelina, let's go! Oh, I love you! Here we go. Okay. Steel company in Butler County. What's interesting is made parts for vehicles in World War II, went bankrupt after World War II. Connection to Roottrees Motors, maybe? Don't know. Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. Steamy Correspondence. Ah! Oh my god, progress. This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Oh no. Dude, imagine sexting someone back then, before we had like SMS. You'd have to send a letter. Like, you'd have to write in the letter, "When I'm home, I'm going to plow you. I will nut in you so hard that you'll be making peanut butter." What was that line that I wrote? I wrote something good actually last time for the ASMR bit. POV, is it you're my dog ASMR? No, it was this one. "Girl, I'm gonna make you eat my nuts so hard you'll be shitting out peanut butter." So you write that instead of a letter, okay? You send it off to your spouse, okay? At some point, they have to check if it's like drugs. So like a mailman opens it up and it's like, "I sure hope there's no cocaine in here." And they flip it open. The first thing that they see is, "Girl, I'm gonna make you nuts so hard you're gonna make peanut butter." And they're like, "Well, this is unholy. What a heathen." Then they wrap it up. So there's always a third party out there that knows what you wrote because they had to inspect it for drugs. Always. Yeah, that was a good lead. Steamy Correspondence. Historical letters with an erotic twist by Tina Angelina. In 1934, somebody who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear he had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen. Right, Patch. Yeah, makes sense. A daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and staged with first letters of her last name. And Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. So she was a genius, huh? Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steam bits. Man, I wish we could find like old love letters and just hear what they wrote. Just read it. That mentioned a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid away from society in some way. The letter ends on the mention of a twisted twin. What? That seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate and voice, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. If not for her story, so if not for her being born, which we know this, so we know all this. This is actually huge. If not for this daughter having ever been conceived, they would have still been together. Their tale would be the most tragic tale ever told because they probably would have died. How awful is it? Such beauty was ripped and sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. this is interesting because we know that Clancy Edward is saying something about a child. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's what the top secret is. Oh my god, I just realized. Clancy Edward. Two were the two people on the farm. John is John, but also EC. EC. And now you go back. Look at these photos. Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. I can't sing. I'm still sick. I bet you that's EC. Edward Clancy. Roottrees. Because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. Why would that girl with the dirty, ragged clothing mistake Clancy Edward for her father? It doesn't make any sense, right? Because his twin brother. Oh shit. Is it CE units? Yo, fuck this. Clancy Edward most likely has a twin brother. An evil twin brother. As mentioned by Patricia Christensen in her letter to Elias Jr., filled with hot sex. Filled with hot sex, mind you. In a passage about having to send off their daughter, Samantha, to be in the care of this evil twin brother. And it makes sense because we know this. So if you go back to Sam, specifically Sam's story of how they found out Sam, an entry entitled, you learn that you announce Sam. Why Sam? But I was told trim their branches. So why is Sam special? Include Sam for quite some time. Why was she special? Because one of the sons was cut off. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozy into family affairs. Especially one who works on the farm of all places. So she worked on the farm, saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John. Above passage in particular notes Sam, EC, and John's relationship and how they were working on the farm. This also matches with how dirty and disgusting, as all children are, the child that ran up to Clancy Edwards while Lauren was younger was. Okay? Which was also in this passage. So somewhere here, I think it was in this one. Hanger? Here we go. He told me, don't worry, I'm glad that she was gone. Above passage is relating to the random girl who mistook Clancy Edward as her father. Holy shit. Who was Carl the child of? Carl was the child of Clancy Edward. CM. Who is CM on the letter to Carl? And what? And again, what do they mean by some rift? And we know that there's a rift because RR Productions sued them in that legal letter in the Roottrees vs. RR, trying to cut somebody off because of something that they did to somebody else inside the family. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, so we know the names. EC John, EC saying for Edward Clancy. I don't know why it's such a stupid name, but yeah, it works. You know what I mean? It's just a backwards name, you know? I guess it makes sense if you're like an evil twin. Like if you have two children and the twins, right? That's another name that you need to think of. Triplets means there's too many names, okay? If you've already thought of a name for one child, and it's like the 1940s, there's no ultrasound, so you don't know that you're going to have twins. What are you going to do when they bring the paper to you, like half an hour later, and then say, okay, what do you want the name of your child to be? You only had half an hour to think about it. You have no sleep because you and your wife have been inside the delivery room the entire time. So you're both delirious, and you're like, fuck it, just name him. What's our first name, son? What's our first son's name? Clancy Edward? Just fuck it, just name him Edward Clancy. Fuck it. And then he's like, okay, well, now I have to be evil because my name is backwards. So fucking stupid. Okay. How often is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate? Sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Above passage mentions that Sam was sent to live with brother's evil twin. The only one who has any clue so far towards somebody with a doppelganger of any sort. I mean, a doppelganger implies that one twin is not supposed to be alive, but we'll just ignore the optics of that first. Is Clancy Edward with the stupid child above. Left an outcast, forced through a life of labor under a wicked relative. Oh wait, so also evil twin really is evil. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. See this? Here we go. Implies the evil twin was sentenced to something. But then, is the RR Productions case, C-Tab RR, related to this? They were born far after the events of this, so how would they know? How does this relate to the death of Carl A. Al? Again, carrying on the family tradition of not caring about the woman. How does this relate to the death of Carl A. Al? Considering that Carl is the child of Clancy Edwards and received a letter requesting support for Stephanie Jones, signed CM. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he is not corrupted there to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all the strength I can muster, I will fight for a child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. That's because Tina, Angelina, you don't know anything about life. I know everything, okay? Steamy correspondence, they had hot sex. Hot, steamy sex. Christensen seal. Was a steel company founded in the early 1900s. Here we go. Some are old birth announcements in the Butler County Times from the then owner Matthias Christensen. I see. Wrong section. This is in CE units? No, don't delete this page. Oh dear God. If I delete this whole page, I'm just gonna give up. Like, I wouldn't even know what to do to bring all this back. Okay, Matthias Christensen. Well, isn't it a Christensen? Okay, here we go. Then owned by Matthias Christensen. That name's probably important. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen, the third of his 4 children, who was born in 1908. There was a front page article in 1944 stating that the Vice President of the United States had stopped there to visit the factory floor. Is this a real place? The company stopped being advertised around 1949. Around that time, there was a blurb saying that Matthias was stepping down and attempting to sell the company. 1949. We have a couple of things around here. Let's see. Matthias Christensen. Matthias Christensen. But why was it attempted to be sold? What's weird, only 5 years later, after the VP visited, they decided to sell it. Vice President of the United States. Vice President of the United States. President of the United States. United States. States. Well, now we know a lot about Patricia, which doesn't really help us. She's actually useless in many different ways. Yeah, she's pretty useless. EC and John are probably the 2. Like if I search, I don't know, EC John, EC Roottrees. John Roottrees. Oh, it sounds like a shitpost. Maybe that's why he's named John, as like a John Doom guy, so you forget about him. What do you do then? Where do you go from here? What is the steel company made in Butler Times? Okay, that's World War II. Connections. No, I don't think it's Connections. November Studios. I don't know how he did this. How did I solve the mystery of this before I solved any of this? I feel like I fucked up somewhere. How did I do this? How did I solve the mystery of this besides this? Let's go ahead, James. James was fun. Oh wait. What? Jim Roottrees seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. The only article you find is from 1979, and the article is entitled "Former Butler County Resident Enters Disco Charts." This article came out right as rolling on down the city was hitting its popularity. There isn't much to the article other than what you already know, but it does mention at the time Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter named Candy. The writer did not seem too thrilled to report this fact, called the name a bit too on the nose. The Floozies. Jim and Diamond. Well, we know her name is Candy. We know this. She's right there. With the Floozies. The Floozies. How about this? Candy Roottrees. I need to find his mother. Diamond LaRue. There's this to say, I read this before. Lucky LaRue's, this past gone on, looking to release an album. Youngest Kim taking over for one of the children in Oliver. Oliver. Kim LaRue. Oliver. Butler County Times. I saw to find any about James Roottrees. Who are your parents' names? What are your parents' names? And why is there nothing about Gwendolyn? The Woman of Roottrees. The Lost Leaves. The Roots That Never Took Hold. The Underbrush. Maybe call it the Underbrush. Margaret Roottrees. This is a problem. I have no way to see any of this. But Margaret's probably the easiest because she's famous-ish. Well, that sucks. Where do you go from here? Like, how did I solve this before anything else? This is for sure EC and John. And like this like random evil twin of Clancy Edward. This doesn't make any sense. How did I solve that before this? Wait, what do I do from here? What do I do from here? Maybe it does want you to guess names. Right? His mother's name was Own. If I just search Own, there's no fucking way. No. Wait, Roottrees Wolf. You see that? Like, that list of names feels like super spoilers. Because you see this and you're like, wait a minute, Penelope Tessa Roottrees Green. Penelope Tessa Green, Tessa Roottrees. Because now I know that Wolf is actually from Jim and Dime. Oh wait, no. I'm stupid. Oh, Wolf. Listening to his parents' latest music. Oh, that's his son. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh my god. It's not spoilers. He's right here. It's Wolf. I don't know, baby. What are you? You're a stupid child. I don't know. Oh! Stupid babies. Yes. Alright. But we did not get Chris. I don't know why the hell we didn't get Chris. Raina. I've never actually searched up Raina. Raina is the most famous. I need a photo of Raina. I technically do have a family photo here. Holy shit, on the back of the photo in childish print writing it says November. Oh my fucking god. Oh shit. Oh shit. On the back of the reunion photo, childish print writing says November. Found in the office of Carl Roottrees. Who is CM Punk? Oh my god, his name was here the whole time. Guy Hudson. Oh shit, his name was right there the entire time. Oops. Who is Guy Hudson? Is he Hudson? Okay, now we have a lead. Fancy flavors. Oh, that's stupid. Really? Was an addition to the 5-piece. Oh, here we go. Product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's. This is his name. Guy Hudson. Full name Guy. Okay, full name Guy Hudson. That's right. He's a guy named Guy Hudson. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Wow. What? One of the presidents of the Roottrees Candy Company. How come no one talks about this guy? Was he that bad? It was guys. Okay, in an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, the guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added the fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. Wow, that's... You know, the French revolted over this, right? Like they, let them have cake and then cut off their heads. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. Ew. Ew, what the fuck? Brother. Ew. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had in any other year except in some foreign markets. Yeah, see, Guy Hudson has no understanding of what it means to be like a normal person. He just thinks to himself, yeah, it's whatever. Silly guy. You silly fellow guy. Out of touch with the world. See the Roottrees curse. Has bad taste in candy. Brother, caviar. Yeah. Philosophy, yeah, okay, yep. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. I don't know why I searched that. That was stupid. Sorry. Fancy flavors. I can actually search up fancy flavors. And also Guy Hudson. Cashew. Wait, I've never searched up Cashew PC. Oh, the Cashew PC website is down with a note about it being a severe hardware failure. The site says it should be restored soon, but the date posted was over 2 weeks ago. You hope that your home Cashew PC is more reliable than those servers. No, probably not. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, a laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to that later. Happy surfing. Cashew PCs are delicious. Thank you. 56K modem. What? Okay, well, we have Guy Hudson. We can go over here. Guy. Fancy flavors. 5 pieces. Fancy flavors. Guy Hudson. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, that took a dark turn. They did a front page story in 1982 about his Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Well, Patricia. Wife's name is Patricia. Has article in Butler County Times about death. Man, being a streamer was rough, man. If you die, everyone's gonna go into to talk about it. The story itself is surprisingly light in relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. See, that's what I mean by, like, I feel like these people were being murdered because it just, the way that it is feels intentional. Drunk driver had swerved in front of his car. Feels intentional given the Wilkins / Roottrees Motors link the mystery evil twin of Clancy Edward, and the overall strangeness of the deaths of Roottrees. I need to go back to that Curse of Roottree page too. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. That's because you're idiots. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cut off other drivers for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. Guy has been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years, though through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. Wow. So we now have Guy Hudson, but where does he go? He had no children. I feel like this is Guy. It has to be Guy. No children means that this is Guy. Guy Hudson. President, I'm assuming... We know Zach was the second, and then Ernie Jr. was the third. He was probably the fourth. That makes sense. Actually, this makes sense. Because then, look, he's the same age as Carl, and then it would make sense why Carl took over, and Ernie Jr. had to teach him the ropes. Because, like... It doesn't make sense for Ernie to be the one to teach him the ropes when Ernie's learning from Zach. Because that implies that the previous president teaches the current president. Like, why would it skip one generation? Because Hudson's dead. So he's actually the fourth president. Or is it fifth? I don't know. Yeah, fourth president. And then his wife is Patricia. There's a Patricia Jones, sure. Oh shit, wrong one. Sorry. I don't actually know if it's a female or a male. Patricia Jones. This makes sense. So there's a Guy Hudson in the photo here. Large number of cursive signatures. Bonnie. There's an Eli over there. Oh, that's for sure a miracle, Eli. Stare. Hello, chat. Welcome back from your nappy wappies. How's your nappy nappy? I don't think this is him. Wait a goddamn minute. No, that ain't him. That's for sure him. Eli? Right? Miracle? Same blonde look? But Lauren is an entire generation. She's pregnant. She's pregnant. November. You watch one of those car rebuilding videos on YouTube, seems kind of fun. Yeah, that's how engineers get started, right? That's like the pipeline. Is you have this like curious mind, this technical mind, and you think, oh, I can be a private eye. I can make a car. Next thing you know, you're like, 2 years deep. You've lost all your money. Your job has fired you because you stopped showing up, and you keep telling them, no, guys, for real. Like once I fix this Honda Civic, trust me, I'm gonna go to Japan and start winning in those drifting races, and I'm gonna make so much money. Please invest in my car. Then you go downhill. When what you could have done was you just buy a car. I'm just kidding. Just buy a car, bro. Carl's the teenager is in the middle. Yeah, that's Carl. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. But yeah, I do watch those, and I do think to myself, I could do that too. It's just kind of hard to think about how you would do it, because again, because you know what's funny? My brother-in-law did that. So my brother-in-law, he's a mechanic, so he actually just built his own car, not from scratch, but like, well, it feels like from scratch. He had a lot of custom parts for it. He then sold it. Guess how much? Okay, so it took him like 6 years or something. Okay, guess how much he sold it for? $20,000. I'm like, that's dog shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. That's not really worth it. But it's fun to think about to make your own, because then you see the guy who, basically, he's like the top guy who makes drifting cars over in Japan, who started the first trend of the videos being posted online. And when he makes the cars, it's like they're genuinely cool and interesting and they're fast and they're good at what they do. So it's like I can see it being done for performance sake. But it's like how do you even get the parts and like the money? And nowadays with the type of parts too, like how would you find a supplier that still makes like simple engines that aren't software driven? Or that at least has software that you can modify? Because I know that the closed source nature of them makes it very hard to work on too. Mind you, it's very easy to like crack open because you know these car companies don't really care about security. But still, you know what I mean? Where's Jim? He looks like a Jim. He looks like a Jim. They all look like Jim. It's like point stashes. Carl, Eli, M. Who the hell is Bonnie? It's a good list of names to search, actually. We know that this guy's Eli. Problem is, I don't know what this means by Eli. That's a new Eli. Bonnie. Maybe Eli is not the same as Elias. Bonnie. I need to re-examine old evidence. So we got some new ones. We cleared the kids pretty damn easily. There's some photos of the four of them. And Clark is somewhere in here. Really? I got Carl already because he was a teenager in the middle. This is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me he looked like a lot like Pop in the old one. And Pop was him. That was Pops. Hey, Pops. So that was Pops. She looked a lot like Pops. That's Gwendolyn. I think that's Margot. Margaret, yeah. Pop even had a frame, that's him on the left. It's taken in 1995 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Which is, he was in the middle, which we got. And he's the only one that looks like Pops, Eli. We know that he's on the miracle side. He's actually the one miracle kid that's not shitty. It's funny. Wait, why do I think that though? But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. I think that's Carl. Because if he was a teenager... Yeah, Carl's the teenager from the 70s. This photo is older, for sure, because this is during Lauren's time. She's the older one, and Carl's like, I don't know, like somewhere here-ish. But that's also Carl, too. Actually, that kid... Carl. So that's Carl. Its height doesn't matter for your age, but that's fine. We know that's Eli. Wait a minute. Eli... They insisted the 4 of us stand together. I was outvoted by my brothers. Eli is her brother. So, who the hell is this guy? Unknown male. I don't know. Unknown something. So, actually, it's her brother. Her brother is Eli. But who the hell led to... Who made Carl? There's no way this guy's name is Elias Carl. Like, this is... Wait, Elias Clancy! That's Eli? So you have Clancy Edwards, Elias Clancy. There's no way that he's Ernie Jr. There's no way. I'll leave that as a... Wait, sorry, wrong photo. There's no way. But that would make sense. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. So Gwen isn't here. Grandma says that we include Sam. So we know that that's Sam. Green eyes, right? I don't know her profession, mind you. Let's just say farmer. She was a farmer. Green eyes. We know that's Sam. So the 4 brothers. Who the fuck is that? the next generation. So everybody from this line. So that's Zach. That's his sister. That's Zach and his sister, right? Because Gwyn isn't there. And he's technically too young at this point. Like his line, he's technically down here in terms of age. He was just too young to be in that photo. Because that's him. Well, I mean, this is Miracle, and then that's Miracle's son. Yeah. So, and then that's Sam. I see. So, Angie, that's Angie. This is Angie. This is Angie. That's Zach, because Zach, again, quoted by the grandmother, said that he looks like he would eat the candy. She's insulting his weight, as all grandmothers do. That's what grandmas do. He was the second president. He learned to be the president. And we didn't know his name is Zach. Problem is, I don't know if it's Wilson Zach or Morton Zach. It's kind of hard to tell. Grandma insisted we include Sam. I don't think it's fair or Miracle. But then since it's technically a 5-piece, I guess my inner child still holds a grudge after all these years. Okay, so we got these pictures placed now. It's getting a bit easier. I think we're now going through these things and we're finding things again. The person who called us is also technically a Roottrees. His family's these people. Yes, this is C and J and D. How do I know which one's which? Oh, it's on the thing. C and J and D. So J and D, so this is Jimmy, that's Diamond. Wait, okay, this is so good. Going back, who knew that rereading your old evidence was such a powerful tool? Who knew that could help you find things that you wouldn't even know about? Who knew? Who could have known? That's LaRue Jane. Who knew? Okay, so that's placed very easily, I think. So those photos are done. Those extra photos are done. We placed those. Maybe I won't be a private eye. Maybe being a private eye is a bit too hard. Folk songwriting by MMM Magazine. MMM Magazine by the LaRues. Lucky LaRues. We searched up them. Miracle Jr. Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who is said to be youth pastors. Youth pastors. Is there like a Butler County church? Butler County Church. Miracle Network. Oh, there's a shit ton of churches. I see. So his wife is named Nicole. There's two Nicoles. God damn it. There's two Nicoles. How do I find the guy whose name is a number? Fuck! Wait, Nicole Roottrees. Well, I guess her name was... What's her wife's name at this point? Nicole Miracle? There's no way. Miracle Network. Wait, Miracle Roottrees Estate. Oh my god. Son of a gun. Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones was the following blurb. Late in his life called him a miracle. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth. Yep. He's younger than his old... Yep, so we know his age. Yeah. He's the final child of his generation by nearly 20 parts. Power God. Roottrees Jr. Couldn't burden himself from the Roottrees name. Famous family vessel, spread the gospel over the entirety of New England. Sorry. You since left the life of glamour behind. Fly about the tour, that's it. So it's only about the flyer. The 3 generations of Miracles tour in summer 96. I wonder if they're going to die. 3... We know about the legal troubles because we looked into his wife and we know everything about his wife. Problem is, I can't find anything about his other child. Like, he has a whole different family line over here. I'm gonna go back to Gwyn after we check out her photo again. Like, and we also have to somehow... The hard part is that there's so many different people here that we haven't been able to place, but now we know probably that they're a Rootree. We know that there's a Tessa Rootree, so Penelope Tessie Green is interesting. It's an interesting name. Actually, I bet you I can go backwards from her. Retired comedian, The Laugh Lounge. I can probably go backwards from her to get to Tessa Rootree. Right, she was the one who did Breast Milk Cheese. Right. She was a star on Brother Trouble. What? Tommy Mark Sheridan. TMS. Who is TMS again? TMS. He was with Raina Rootree. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Wait, I didn't even think about this. Wait, what? He was with Raina. He was with Raina, Penelope Tessa Green. Maybe Penelope Tessa Green is just a red herring. As well as the troubles that came with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even the romantic pursuit of the next door neighbor Roxy. But Ron, see, this is why there's so many connections here. That's very strange. Often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that came with raising two boys. Davey is a boy, and he's really good at sports. Penelope Tessa Green is in the same place as Tommy Mark Sheridan, who is with Raina Rootree, who was one of the three sisters who died. And this was directed by Ron Rootree, of all people, who his company tried to bring a change to Clancy Trust involving probably the evil twin of Clancy Edwards. So, I don't understand. So based on this... Oh my god. They were murdered. I think everyone was either murdered or it's like... I have a friend group, actually. I have a friend group who does this thing where they all date each other. I know this sounds weird, but like they all grew up together in the same neighborhood, and I'm not kidding. I'm not even kidding you. It's like a block of apartments, and so what happens is that they've all dated each other at least once, and now most of them are stable with their partner. But like basically, whenever we talk about it, me and my friends talk about the incestuous nature of that group and the way that they've all dated each other in this apartment. So like when they go to hang out at like parties, it's like everyone there. Oh god, it's the same thing here, but with the sisters. Oh god, you rated. Hello, thank you. Hello, hi Athel and Red, how are you? Sorry for that weird phrase. I was just thinking out loud about the connections between this and real life. Hello, how are you? And how was your day? Yeah, hopefully you had a great day. And I'm actually curious what you were up to. But thanks for showing up. Again, please do follow Athel and Red. They're both great, and it's always fun to see them. Last time I checked them out, one was playing, was it Rusty Ross? What's his name? Something about being, it was a very, very dystopian worker, well, I guess if you're a CEO, it's a worker paradise. If you're a worker, it's a worker hell. As well as a Pokemon Fusion game, where they had a Meowth with a stinger in a place where no stinger should be. So if you enjoy that stuff, if you enjoy what I do, you should check out what they do. Yeah, thanks for showing up. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the parallels between this and my real life friend group. Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly among the teenage girl demographic. Cancelled midway because of the gambling troubles. This is a complex web, so wait, this has to be related. There's no way that this is some extra information. Penelope Tessa Green, Ron Rootree, Raina Rootree, right? TMS Tommy Mark Sheridan. Those four are connected. Penelope Tessa Green is a comedian. And it was shut down because of a significant drop in ratings in the second season because they were dealing with the brother's gambling addiction when he was embezzling funds from the company to go elsewhere. Why was he embezzling funds? I don't really know besides the gambling addiction. But there was also another thing too. The company was involved in a suit about trying to change the Clancy Trust to remove a family member because they were born out of wedlock, as well as they had done something to hurt someone else. This somebody is presumably the EC, the evil twin of Clancy Edward, who one day with Lauren, the Lauren Roottrees, the daughter of Clancy Edward, and specifically the aunt of Carl Edwards, which is a part of that family tree that like died. This is where it gets weird. Was walking out with her father, and then the girl came up and said, "Oh, daddy," but then that's not her daddy, but she just looks the same. And also, it's who Samantha Roottrees was left with, the child of Elias and Patricia Christensen. Okay, so there's 8 links. That's 8 links. And every president so far has died, okay? And Lauren and Clancy Edward are somewhat descendants or like ancestors of Carl Roottrees. Everyone's dying. That's like 9 different connections. And that 9th connection leads to all the other sisters, so like 11 connections, including Brenda White, so it's like 12 connections, okay? Everything starts from Brother Trouble. And Brother Trouble, oh shit! Wait a minute! Brother Trouble. It's not, oh my god. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few shows before show running and creating a 1-season hit Brother Trouble. Okay, now we go over here, we're going to this. Why is it called Brother Trouble? Why is it called Brother Trouble? Because of one major important reason. After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap operas and stepping into showrunning and turning around a few striking productions, he started his own television production company. Born in the U.S., grew up in Paris with his once famous mother, who we know was Gwen, so that's 13. He gobbled up American cinema when he was old enough to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to those with comedy. Those who worked with, he's an attentive director who makes sure the timing lands. He plans to find the right project. He is occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups, and it's all about bringing him into the fold. So why does he bring in his younger brother for script punch-ups? This implies that he's bad at writing scripts. So, how the hell did he write Brother Trouble that had amazing ratings within Season 1? And why did it fail in Season 2? Why did it fail in Season 2, but it was fine in Season 1? Now, if you go back to Brother Trouble, what is it about? Played by Tommy Mark Sheridan, same age, one person is adopted. This single mother, played by stand-up, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising 2 boys. Single mother, one is adopted child, raising the 2 boys while she's working a job. I think Brother Trouble was a story that they wrote because they knew about EC and Clancy Edwards and the evil twin line, which also implies that in a way EC is adopted. However, we also know that somebody was adopted at some point. So somebody was adopted at some point, but this is a single child. Like, who no one cares about, like, single... Like, if you're a single child and you've been adopted, no one cares about you, okay? No one matters in your life. I'm kidding. You matter here, maybe. The key is that Ron sucks at writing. We know this because he brought in his brother, who has a gambling addiction. Okay? So, Robbie Roottrees. Allegedly tried and named under the name Robert in the French Code of Law, he embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling hand that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Again, allegedly. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up. Allegedly. Silver Screen insists that this is allegedly. They got unable to get a statement. Anonymous sources, they able to get to public record. There's a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. Now, what's interesting... I need a legal journal. I need to get a legal journal. That's what I need. I need a legal journal. How do I unlock the legal eagles? University Law School, talking the 5-piece guarantee. The Roottrees vs. R. The Roottrees vs. R. A student on a Legal Oddities website. Legal Oddities. Shit. But it's something about this thing. RR tried to remove a fellow family member from the trust. So this was the... I don't think it was because of a gambling thing. I'm actually revising my gambling thing. They tried to remove someone from the trust. I think the reason why they ran back to Paris was to save their skin. To stay alive. But also, any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust implies that the evil twin is probably a child of Elias Roottrees, born out of wedlock, but he was already born married to Gwyneth means that he's a cheater. What are you hiding, Elias? With your pompadour and your suspiciously lucky green hat? I don't know what? Elias? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? And what's interesting is this. Any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy. Specifically, by blood. Which means that makes sense why the evil twin is there, why they were born out of wedlock, why they would do something against the family. But what did they do? This is actually the way to find it. Okay, I think I get it. I get it. I need to find me a Bess Williams. Bess? Elias Roottrees. Appeared in the Butler Times as Watchman of the Year. Basic in this fish. Bess Williams. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young. Seems to have faded over time due to a lack of interest. See, what's interesting is that why did it fade over time due to a lack of interest? And it's weird that she died tragically in a hurricane. Could the evil twin have made a hurricane? Curious. Okay, so revising, this is not the cause of brother troubles going under in season 2. This is specifically because of the evil twin, because of the clause in the Clancid Trust being about anybody linked by blood. Okay, I'm thinking about this. Theory, Elias Roottrees had the Clancy Edward twins out of wedlock, aka not Gwyneth's child. This would also stand for motivation of why Gwyneth wanted to induct Samantha into the family. Elias did, so why couldn't she for somebody who had every reason to be in the family with no foul play on anybody's part? This means that the evil twin is incredibly dangerous in some way because Robert ran back to Paris for safety. And we all know how much the French love their rich people. I got it. Pretty sure that's it. EC. Yeah, that has to be it. But how did I solve? If that's the case, how did I solve the top secret mystery before I even got her child's names? I don't even know who these people are. What are their names? What do I do? I'm too good at my job. I'm actually too good at my job that I don't know what to do from this point on. I'm so good that I don't even know how it is. How am I going to do this? Wait. Gwyn Roottrees' name and casts. It does not seem like Gwyn was a resident for Butler County for long, if at all. Paris Accord. I have no clue. You've been trying to debug an issue with streamers alerts where videos don't show up in OBS, and this started happening recently. You know what? Blame Twitch. Yeah, blame Twitch. Unless it's not the Twitch alert system, then blame whatever platform it is. It's impossible to debug. Well, you might be able to. If you get... I don't know if you're allowed to ask them, but if you're allowed to ask them for the URL, you can just load the URL that is doing the the alerts into your browser, and you can just inspect it. Like use the inspector to the F12 thing and see what happens. Guys Like Us. Almost all of them are for guys like us in Christmas Mission. Guys Like Us. Alerts active only on browser and OBS. Oh, I see. So it's specifically only on OBS. There's a OBS like logging mode. I forget how to activate it, but you can actually activate like a deeper logging mode in it if you want to check it out. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, the browser source does log quite a few things to it. I'm pretty sure there's also a way to directly connect to it, because with your inspector, like I don't know how to explain this. It's like you can run a version of the inspector that can connect to any arbitrary source, and because it's a web view, you can technically connect to it too. But I forget exactly how to do it. Just look up, I don't know, like browser inspector for web view, and you should find a way to hook into it. That's like one way that you could try to get some information. You might even be able to do, if you have it in OBS, there's a mouse control, and I don't know if it allows you to, but I wonder if you can open the inspector by doing that. Or, you know, somewhere, but you might have to do some custom code. So I don't know if it lets you run custom JavaScript on your browser source. But if it does, you can open the inspector that way too. Try those. Guys Like Us, the film 2 Second Days Cut Their Hair Short, the post has been to get ahead in life. Leslie Florence. Leslie Florence. Gwyn Roottrees. Harrison Lane. Well, I guess they have no information about them. Harrison Lane. Major role, Guys Like Us, Western Frontiers. Wait, I have a modern music. No. Western Frontiers. Harrison Lane. Guys Like Us. Guys Like Us. Hey, we're Costco guys and we chicken bake. Wow. High school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. I still think that's a very important line. I know it says it's not important, but every time they say it's not important, it's always important somewhere. Maybe not. Gwyn Roottrees. There was also Christmas Mission. This was the one that made her leave because it sucked. War movie. Poor reviews. Role as a soldier. Incredible true story. Christmas Mission. Come across a small mention of Wild Bill. Apparently the director and his friend made a small cameo. Wild Bill lived up to his reputation. She lived drunk 3 days in a row and couldn't remember his lines. He also kept hitting on an actress who was supposed to be doing a somber, serious role. He and the director no longer speak. And I bet you Christmas Mission was probably directed by... Well, no, it can't have been directed by Ron, because it's literally impossible. They were born after. So, how do I get her mother? I need information on her mother. A mother. Margaret? Roottrees. Gwyneth? Often attended social events with her husband. She's not mentioned in the newspaper except in that context, so you find no useful information. Margaret isn't there, and Gwendolyn isn't here. I really don't know what to do about these two. We're getting closer and closer to something. Davy's probably the one that you have to go through. I think Davy going upwards is probably the best way to do it. Problem is, I don't know how to get from Davy to anything else. Davy Kellogg IV is on the Swift swim team. He also came in second in their most recent competition. Though that doesn't seem relevant. Connecticut is not in Butler County, or vice versa, so I can't look there. Christensen Steel. How the fuck did I solve this before I solved anything else? Joko Lantern, 1997. Can I search for that? Joke. Oh, Lantern. Yeah, redeemed for £5 at Buffalo. Laugh Lounge Comedy Club in Reno. There must be a leap of logic that I have to do at some point to get to the Gwendolyn line. It must be. Ernie was a man full of love. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay very strong, especially for Nicole's sake. Wait a minute. Debbie, Nicole. Debbie, Nicole. I didn't read this fully. Wait, so Shiva Candle, identical to ours. Nicole is the wife of Miracle the Third. That's the wife of Miracle the Third. I'm pretty sure that's his wife. I remember reading it somewhere, but I can't recall. I'm pretty sure. Let's just write it down as if it's truth, so I don't forget anymore. Miracle, something about. Let's see, Miracle Network. That's weird. Miracle Network. 3 generations of miracles. Yep. Okay. Miracle Network. Yeah. 23 years later, the new thing, television. Yep. I think it was on the poster specifically. His wife Nicole. Okay, his wife Nicole. Miracle the Third. Here we go. Miracle the Third. His wife Nicole. Here we go. Wife is Nicole. What a great note. So his wife is Nicole, but this actually does solve something, especially in this letter, which was in a letter inside of Carl's office, which we were given. So this is a major thing that we need to use to go somewhere else. Shiva Candle implies that they're part of some faith, so we know that this is from the miracle line. So this is from a miracle person. So Debbie is a miracle person. But who? To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. Beneath the candle in the corner of his office, it's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. So maybe Ernie is Eli, and then it's Elias M. Now we close a Shiva candle, identical to ours, if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. Right, so this is Ernie Jr., Ernie Madsen Jr. This is the one that he, this is the Ernie Madsen Jr. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we called it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond the wildest expectations. Donor list? Though we called it too late for him, oh my god. So he didn't die of a heart attack. Chris Rafferty gave proof, but it was fake. Ernie Jr. didn't die of a heart attack. Well, I just saw the word breast milk. Didn't die of a heart attack. The letter sent with the Shiva candle to Carl implies that he died of some illness that required him to be on a donor list, of which it could be anything from CVID to cancer to kidney failure. Like you really don't know, right? He could have been diuretic, anything. Went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that there was no coincidence that happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Wait a minute. Huh. That's interesting. In a way, Carl that convinced the trust implies in the letter that Carl had somehow changed the trust in order to include whoever Ernie Jr. and their family was that was impacted by his death, in order to pay their bills. And given that this is America, it's probably healthcare bills, given the context. In order to pay their bills. Which, in a way, also implies that Ernie Jr. and the letter writer, Debbie, are not... But, I mean, that's kind of weird, though. Which is weird because it implies that Ernie Jr. and Debbie are not a part of the Clancy Trust, but Ernie Madsen Jr. was a part of it because he was the president, and the salary is capped per Clancy Trust on terms in order to guarantee that it's only the president's who can work it. Oh fuck, I just saw something too. So the death of Guy, he had the worst term. So we know this. If you go back to here, the company sold less that year than any other year. Guy had only been, holy shit, had only been working for 4 years. Oh my god. Meaning his career was an abject failure. Oh my god. Why did the driver swerve into him? Okay, now there's a weird thing. Sold less that year than it had any other year. This is a weird line to have because it implies, given to, that Carl somehow convinced the Clancy Trust to take care of Debbie and Ernie Jr. Because implies that low profits equal death. Like, in the sense of like, because low profits destroys the value of the Clancy Trust and the safety and power it gives the members of the Roottrees family bloodline. Oh shit. Was it all motivated by money? But then this would also well, no, I mean, Ernie Jr. died because of some illness, so he was fine. Okay, wait, so, oh god. There's no coincidence what happened to it. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Now the bug went away. Oh, did it go away when you connected some thing, or? Because that does sound very common. Of like a things will just disappear when you connect it. You didn't do anything. Oh, is it the Heisenbug? Godspeed. Well, you're probably doomed. I'm gonna be honest with you. Not that you should be, but it is funny to think about that you... Oh! Oh, wait, no. Carl was forced into the role of president unexpectedly. Okay, you find an article from December 1995, Root, president to take over Roottrees. So he was a president of Root before Roottree. He's a heart donor, Ernie Jr. Oh, right, heart donor list, heart donation. So heart donor, okay, I can clarify this. Yeah, Heisenbug is funny because it'll just disappear all of a sudden, so... That's unfortunate. Maybe it's something about the video. You'll just ignore it until something happens. Very good. Very, very good chatter. If anything, you could do like a catch-all. Like, if anything ever happens, what you can do is you could hook into the error reporting on the thing. Like, if you have access to the source of the alerts, you could technically just hook into the error reporting. And if there's any error that happens, you can write it out somewhere specific. Like, if you want to get that deep, you could technically replace the prototype of console.error. I think that's the default error handler that will print out things. Same with wording and stuff. And you could technically just do like a proxy on it to log it anywhere else. I don't usually recommend this, but it's one of those weird things that you can do in JavaScript that somehow helps a fair amount. Unless you're unfortunate to be in a spot where you don't get that level of control, because there's some security settings that do prevent that. But usually it's okay to do stuff like that. By the way, gods, good luck. I'll be busy trying to solve this. So, reason why Ernie died was because of heart failure. So he did die of heart failure. NVM, heart failure plus donor list equal heart transplant. He did die of heart failure. Chris Rafferty is in the know. But how he know? Besides the fact that he's a family. Okay. What was the other angle? That was one more angle else to go. Yeah, here we go. He has a heart illness. His second cousin, Carl. What the fuck is a second cousin? Oh, wait a minute. Third cousin means great-grandparents, right? Hey, here we go. People that share the same great-grandparents. Oh, here we go. So, same great-grandparents. So, Carl, parent, grandparent, great-grandparent. It's someone in this line. Ernie Jr. is somewhere here in this line. Somewhere. Ernie Jr. What? Is a cousin to Carl, but he died before Carl. But they were both presidents when they were together. Okay, so might even be the same age, but second cousin to Carl. That's important news because that tells us where he lies. Former Washington. It's been 13 years since Ernie was forced to step into the role of president unexpectedly. Back then, not much was known about the man other than his full name. In the years since, he's been taking on a bit of a reputation as a real-life Wonka. He's known as a bit eccentric and reclusive, opting to be simply called Ernie Jr. and to forego the typical luxuries of the average Roottrie. But in our estimation, he has been a shrewd businessman with an eye for sweets. He's led Roottrie to record profits, hence why he was allowed to live, by developing new products, including the ever-popular Maple Crisp, and by spearheading the formation of Root with his cousin in 1987 after learning of Brenda Roottree's power in the fashion community. So, Root was created with Ernie Jr. and Maple Crisps is probably the best one to look at. Maple Crisps. Maple Crisps. Maple Crisps. Maple Crisps. During the 10-year Crunchy Wafer Nuts Super Bowl. Super Bowl. Root was also a part of this. Here we go. Carl Roottrie was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. Name the clothing company. You find countless things by the three sisters. Yep. Clothing catalogs. 2 catalogs per year every year. Raina appeared in all of them. Brenda Roottrie, head designer on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. Carly Roottrie. What the fuck? Did I ever search up Carly Roottrie? Yeah, I did, because they didn't expect her. Wait, Brenda White. Brenda White. Carl is often mentioned this thing, not to a thing. Root. Brenda White. Business Watch. What was it again? Carly Roottrie. I remember going down this route. I can't remember what exactly this led to, but we have a new photo of Carl, which is interesting. So, this is Carl. Grabs life by the roots. Carl Roottrie. Watchman of the Year in 1987, a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders, and has ongoing coverage of who is who in the corporate world. So, a dick-sucking competition. That's very nice. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrie, but rather a clothing company, Roots. He has a brief history. Waist off. Attach the photo. So, est-ce que? Excuse me. Carl's the teenager in the middle. Oh, I've already got that photo. Eh? Oh, this is the... Oh, that's... He only has 2 photos. Oh, I've never gotten his modern photo. Oops. Before they had married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Widespread. Right, we know about Jim Roottrees. Candy was around the same age then. By 1982, Brenda's pants were being copied by other brands. And his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, Carl and him spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives, who have a say in the company's finances, refused to fund anything other than Candy. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Wow, snakes? What the fuck? Dude, that's what... He clearly worked on it himself, and you all clearly didn't recognize the talent behind Carl and Brenda, and now you swoop in to get some more stuff? That's a little silly. Her younger sisters, as per tradition or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became the catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted for Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Right. There's one more photo of Raina somewhere, but I don't know where. I need to get a photo of Root. Problem is, I don't know how. This makes sense. So then there was that. Carly? Sorry. Discovery trivia page. What are the names? The explanation below. Rose was apparently named Bowen. Yep. They called her Carly. A now preteen Carly strongly expressed that she didn't like this. Roottrees. They had a fan site. Other obituaries that focused on Roottrees sisters. Purple text, hard to read until you highlight. Riley's a smart one. But I think they're rich just because they're models. Brenda, they do modeling. I eat Roottrees. My favorite are maple crisps. I dress in plaid of Root clothes, like Riley in most posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Oh. I guessed the photos. I should have maybe read that. The website's author continues to be about the Root fashion lines. Where would she appear? I highly doubt she's here. We got nothing. We had some more possible leads for maybe Ernie, but besides that, I have no clue. This letter, though, was very convincing in terms of what was going on. So who is Debbie? And still, I don't know what is... I know Ernie Madsen's name, Ernie Madsen Jr. But I don't understand anything else. But we know for sure that he's a part of this line somewhere. There was another Madsen somewhere. I'm pretty sure this is the Madsen line. Given that Gwendolyn probably took on the Madsen name, given that her name can be Gwendolyn Madsen or Morden. Wait, Morden. Okay, I'm wrong. Child, who are you? Katrina, his youngest, to calm down for the picture. He doesn't. Super Bowl ad. Roottrees Super Bowl. Name it up this. Roottrees Super Bowl. The Roottrees Maple Super Bowl commercial from 1994 is a family bickering in it. The family bites into a Roottrees maple crisp. We know this is the... Okay, well. The father collapses as he does different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. Need the Rest went on to be featured. There's a famous jingle for the Roottrees Maples. For Roottrees Maples originating in the Super Bowl commercial. The jingle goes, when you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. What? That's ominous. This is new. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it's been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history. Wait, no, this is the same. There's no CEO, no stakeholders. Yeah. Roottrees Maples. Okay, surely this is... Elias Jr. Roottree. Gwendolyn Roottrie. So that lead's done. Man, it's hard to find some of these leads. I know who these people are. That's for sure Gwyn. Mr. Morden. Who is there with Aunt Gwendolyn. You know what? This actually probably implies that her name is Gwendolyn Morden. Miracle was in it. Only the 5 pieces, which didn't really go well, to say the least. Mr. Morden, Aunt Gwendolyn. Maybe I got... Okay, we do Gwendolyn Morden. Gwendolyn Morden. But who the hell is Morden? Morden. Morden. It's like Mordor, but not really useful. What other... I've ever searched 5 pieces. How do I go down Gwendolyn's route? Sweet History of Candy, Charles Lee. The book ends with a look into the future. You find a newspaper ad from the 1930s, which was this one. It's a miracle. 5 pieces grape. Maybe just search elderberry or miracle berry. I don't know. Miracle berry. 5 pieces grape. What's volume 1? Oh fuck, volume 1. This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy through the year 1924. It includes some print advertisements from companies you heard of, including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. Wow. Volume 3? I can't believe I didn't think to search number 1. 5 pieces. 5 magical flavors in every box. Grape, elderberry, egg cream. Look. G-E-C-E-M-M-E. G-C-E-G-E-C-E-M-M, okay? Gwendolyn, Elias Jr., Clancy Edward, Margaret Miracle. But look at this older one. G. Gwendolyn, E. Elias Jr., E. C. C. Clancy Edwards, M. Margaret, because Miracle wasn't born yet. He was born later than all of his siblings. We know about E.C. E.C. was one of the farmhands, and we know, based on speculation, based on the child who came up to Clancy Edward, who said, "Oh, it's my dad, that's my dad." Back then, the candy was named after his twin. There should be another person here. The twin. Inside of here. E.C., the farmhand. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. CE unit. Oh, shit. Oh, this is the most important piece. Oh, shit. Egg cream. Originally, 5 pieces. Referenced EC. CE's twin. AKA Clancy Edwards' twin. They were egg cream before they were disappeared from the family. This also probably confirms that EC One of the two farmhands, the other named John, that was raising Samantha Rootree, is the evil twin. This also brings into question how evil EC could have been. What evil could a child have done to their parents? Holy shit. I need to find egg cream. This is amazing. Yo. Oh, this is huge. This is incredibly important. Yeah. Thank you, Charles Lee. Egg cream. Fuck. Egg cream. Fuck. Cinnamon extract. Okay, fine. Cinnamon extract. Cinnamon extract. Son of a bitch. Okay. But that's a huge thing to find. That was super important. Wow. Oh. I'm pretty sure Lauren has more books too. You know what? Let's talk about Lauren. Let's just go back to Lauren Rootree. She must have more information. And surely about Gwendolyn Morden. Lauren Rootree. She had a different name before. A Life Between Wars, which we got. Yep. Benjamin, Life Between Wars. Yep. World War II. What if I search World War II? What happened in World War II? Lauren Rootree. Hit the jackpot that they occasionally taught in schools. Yep, I know this. What was her original name again? Lauren's Diary. Right. Under her original name, Lauren Rootree, Lauren Rafferty. Few romance novels. I think the romance novels are probably important, right? Came to Vietnam. Content is not particularly to modern exercises yet. It's good romance in the court. Romance in court. Court Jester. Wait, Court Jester series. Court Jester. Romance in the court. Return to court. New romance in the court. New. Return to court. What was this again? Lauren Rootree. I don't think this is important. She had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Right, her brother's named Clancy. I forgot about that. Clancy? Wait. Shit. Clancy Rootree. Lectures on the lectures. Clancy Rootree. Clancy Rootree. Clancy. I need like I need an academic journal. That's what I need. New romance in court. New romance in court. Inspiration from her brother Clancy's. Okay, romance in court. Her brother Clancy's. Lauren Rootree. She was Lauren Rafferty after marriage. Somebody here is a Clancy. Is that what Elias C stands for? Clancy? Clancy. Then his wife is Debbie. Bean. Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at somebody named Bean. That's just mean. Clancy Rootree. Wait. Elias Clancy Rootree. Ain't no way. So we know her brother is named Clancy. Somebody here is named Clancy. Clancy Jr. Who the hell? What do you mean, Oh, Clancy Edward. Clancy Jr. Oh, shit. Here we go. Clancy Jr. Rootree. Clancy Jr. Clancy Jr. Clancy Jr. Clancy Edward Rootree. I'm gonna blow my fucking mind. Where do you go from here? Where do you go from here? She grew up in Knights, Pirates, and Knights. She wrote some romance books under her married name Rafferty. Gives it a 4 out of 5. Claims it captures the evolution across the special occasions of Jacob Rafferty. Interactions of the book with Butler County. It made everything feel amazing. But like James. Jacob Rafferty. Lauren Rafferty. Lauren Rafferty. Lauren. How in the hell do I get any of this? I genuinely, I have no fucking clue. I need to go through this again. We got this. Cherry Sun Tree. Oh yeah, this is a rhyming one. What is your mother's name? It's not Post Malone. How do I know what your mother's name is? It's not Post Malone. I don't wanna be. 555, fix her up. 555, fix her up. I don't wanna be a private eye anymore. I should have just stayed at programmer. What the hell did I become a private eye? I can't even search for Tessa Roottrees because she doesn't exist in any world out there. She's just gone. She just doesn't exist like Tessa Roottrees. Ah! Ah! Does an ad. Runs in the Butler County Times for many years. Changed to include a picture. You've already seen. Well, thank you. You don't find any trace of them. Yeah, that makes sense. Business Watch. Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors? Used to be called Wilkins Motors. Okay, well, I don't know how to find Tessa. And like, what is the relation to this? Let's join the Roottrees family. The problem is, I like, if I knew where to place Tessa, this would be so much easier. Because I don't know where Tessa belongs. I have all these names, but I don't know where they belong. Like, Tessa could be anywhere. Everybody's name, everybody is a Roottree. Wilkins, like, where does Wilkin come into play? CM. Baby of our own, due around Christmas. Message for voters, due around Christmas. Wait a minute, when is this photo taken? Timeline. Campaign mailer. Where? Stephanie Jones. When was this taken? Stephanie Jones. Small election. Stephanie Jones grew up without a father. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Stephanie Landon. Carolyn, distant cousin of the Roottrees. Her mother, Carolyn. Because there's one photo here that's interesting. There's a reunion photo, and there's another pregnant lady here. Problem is, her hair is not nearly as curly. So I can I click. I wish this game let me click on the stomach so I can get like a photo of a baby or something. Like, boop, you found the suspect. What do I do here? I know that's Eli, but what do I do with this information? Next president, Guy Hudson. So this place is the photo, actually. This place is the photo before Guy Hudson became the president, timeline-wise. So this also explains why the November thing is so late, why November Studios is so old. Gwyneth M. Eli M. Eli and Ernie are two different names. Eli M. Eli M. Roottree. Wait a minute. Eli M. Roottree. You know what he's wearing in here? Eli? He looks like he's wearing like a mechanic shirt. Because why would you have the name tag there? It's like his work uniform, right? That doesn't make any sense. And he looks like your stereotypical mechanic. Not that I've ever fixed a car, but that's what it seems like. So maybe Eli M is actually a part of the same line that led to Tessa. Maybe he's the father of Tessa. So it doesn't help me much. Don't help me none, but I'm getting closer. Looks like Pop did outvoted by my brothers. I finished this. I finished this. I for sure finished this. The problem is I really don't know how to get Aunt Gwendolyn. And Mr. Moyden. How do we do with the Moyden? Gwendolyn Moyden. Let me do Business Watch. Starlet. Margaret Roottrees. God, this is impossible. Aunt Gwendolyn, Mr. Morden. We just assume that Morden. There's a shit ton of Mordens. Wait, we know it's not Zach though. We know it's James. Probably it has to be James because we know that Zach is this guy. So actually this would explain that his name is actually Morden Zacharia. And her name is Angie, right? If we think of just A-N-G, there's only a Morden Angelica. Yes. What was her occupation though? What does she do? What do you do for the company? What did the woman do for the company? Because the company's like sexist. So what did the woman do? GE Middle School. GE Middle School. Wait. Okay, I know this is weird that I'm expecting very closely the photo of a middle school child, but I need to figure out the name and the context. GE is not a set of letters in Butler County. Carthage? What could that possibly be? D Chotomate. Okay, dichotomy. Green eyes. Green eyes? I bet you Stephanie... There's that Stephanie. I bet you Stephanie is a child of... Samantha. And helping the campaign, she's married, which means somewhere here... This one has a photo. I bet you this is... her husband. And I bet you this is a bit of a stretch. This is a bit of a stretch. We know his name is Brian Jones. We know that this is Stephanie. So it's not Gwyneth Madsen might be over here, but this is for sure Stephanie Jones. Landon Stephanie, sure. Let me do where is your pregnant belly? Sure, whatever. You're a politician. Disgusting. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Where does the Madsen go? Because if this is true, then Ernie is somewhere here. If we search Madsen, Ernest. Ernesto. Ernest. Why did I keep searching for Ernesto but not Ernest? So you can't be here. Sorry. You're not allowed to be here. Not sure that this is you. Madsen is over here. So Gwyneth Madsen. Alright. Unknown occupation, but we do have a Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. Ernest Madsen Ernest Jr. Of which he was the president. Number 3. Yes. So Ernest. His name is Ernest. So Eli is not Ernest. Eli is Eli. Ernest is Ernest. Which means I'm correct in that this Eli is actually over there. So would I put the wrong Eli? No, but that's her brother though. Elias Clancy, and then this one's probably Elias Miracle. That's the only way that this would make sense. Elias, but it could also be Elias Madsen, but I don't think they would take on the name, would they? Anyways, I'm pretty sure this is Ernest Jr., which means Madsen Ernest. She was married to Madsen Ernest. So if I don't know. Let's just, okay, so Madsen Ernest Madsen Jr. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. An article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. has taken over the day-to-day operations of Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly, aka Guy. Wait, no, not Guy. Zach. What happened to Zach? Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden. Blessed be This absolutely makes sense. Ha ha. Zachariah Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottrees have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors misstep to the batter-up bar, we've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye. But Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to the basics. Okay, alright, okay. Yes, Ernesto. Why do I keep thinking Ernesto? God, what a stupid name, Ernesto. Not that if you have that name, it's not stupid. I'm just saying, like, you fucked me up. Ernie Jr. Gwendolyn Elias the Mark? No, not the matriarch. Full name is Ernest Madsen Jr. Okay. We actually have a good lead. But then we also have Zachariah Morden. And also the candy. So for instance, I can go batter up. Fancy flavors. Batter up bar. Yeah. Was a failed candy released by the Roottrees company. Launched with great fanfare in 1980, it was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that this recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews. But after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks flowing in oily goop. This odd consistency made the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. Late-night jokes. Late-night jokes. Late Night Jokes Comedy Club in Reno involving Tessa Penelope. Zachariah Morden. What was his goddamn name? Zach Morden. How do you spell his name? Zachariah. Like Mariah Carey, okay? Zachariah Morden. In 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden. James? Got it. And grandson of Elias Roottrees. Yep, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, okay, we now have a good lead, and it just took a little bit of guessing, a little bit of, like, stretching. I was worried that the game kind of wanted us to do that, but it's fine. I don't know how you'd find it otherwise. It seems like the game giving the names is it's a little bit like cheating, but it's fine. Where are you, Zach? Jacques Cousteau. Where are you? 5 piece guarantee, Roottrees. I'm pretty sure that one's correct. All this is correct. Lucinda. Who the fuck is Lucinda? Okay, wait a minute. I don't know what I wrote before, but I had some answers. Where's Zach? Maple Crisp. Once again, the Americans are appropriating Canadian culture. For maple syrup is ours, not yours, you sick fucks. well, when did I write that? Dustin Christopher Bake, DCB. Yeah, Penelope Tessa Green. Yeah, Silver Screen Magazine, 5 pieces. Roottrees. Robbie Roottrees. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Clance said. James Roottrees. Diamonds Dazzlers. The Floozies. Claude Rafferty LaRue. Lauren. Miracle Music Jr. Chris Raff. David Kellogg. Stephanie Jones. Brian Jones. James Print. Roottrees Motors, November Studios. Full name. It's like Mariah Carey. Zachariah Morden. Son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, of which we have no names for them. We have no names for Gwendolyn. It's actually very hard. Resident of second president of company, presumably made the failed batter up bar, but was stated to have said they would make no changes. That's the weird part, is that he says that they would have made no changes. So why would that make sense? Who's James Morden? Gwendolyn. Like I don't understand how they go from here to here. This only gives me names, but no proofs of what they do. Like, no information about what they're doing. Business Watch, man, to get a quote from the company's publicist. The fancy flavors misstep. Fancy flavors. Yeah, fancy flavors. Fancy flavors to the batter at bar. Both failed candies. First from Guy Hudson. Second from unknown. I need to look more into Guy Hudson, actually. Wait, Guy Hudson. Along with his twin sister. What? Are no strangers when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. What in God's name does that mean? Oh. You find this site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It's a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that the boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and the girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. Wait. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year, but why his last name is Hudson? Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery dew. Christopher. Hudson. Arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to travel and focus on traveling the world with his wife. So true, King. Honestly, if I ever make it rich, the stream ends immediately. Like, if I'm ever so rich to the point that I never need to do anything ever again, I will never stream again. I will leave, spend time with my wife. Fuck all y'all. I'm getting out of here. Now that their daughters have started families, Zach has been quoted as saying, now that their daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on life lived well. Clara. Please let there be one Clara. Lansing! Oh, sick name, actually. Holy shit, Lansing is a sick name. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas and eager to share them with the world. We'd like to think that the boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. It's probably Guy Hudson over here. Where did I put Guy Hudson last time? Where in God's name did I put Guy Hudson? What did I believe initially? I put him down somewhere. I don't know about this one. Well, I know she has a brother named Clancy, for sure. Gui Otson. Madsen, Ernest Jones, Brian. Oh, wait. Landon Stephanie. Is that her? Sorry. I got distracted. Politics. Why was I undoing that? Right, because it doesn't make sense. Because it'd be like Landon, and then her mother is not Landon, it's Samantha. Doesn't make sense over here. Where is Guy? Apparently Guy's name is taken. I don't know why. Fiery red hair is also interesting because credits his mother for his fiery red dew. Implies that that's his wife and that's Guy. Because Carl was a teenager at this point, which means by this point he was probably still the president. Zach had already retired by this point. And because he's a teenager, the timeline kind of lines up. Lauren would have been a teenager too when she sort of was writing all this stuff, so we know this. So that's Zach. I mean Guy. That's Guy. What a guy. President? Third. Guy's uncle. Okay, now that Clara and I is okay. So Hudson's wife is Clara Lansing. We at Roottrees have faith in them to succeed. Guy Hudson, mother and father, Angie and Christopher. Christopher Hudson, Guy Hudson. I can find. Wait, maybe it's Angelica Hudson. Christopher Hudson. Angelica Hudson. Also, there's another new thing too. This one. Boys and girls never agree. Yeah, yeah. There's an ad for Roottrees, part of a campaign called Yeah, yeah. The ad campaign is described to have the premise that the boys and girls are often diametrically opposed. If when it comes to one thing, both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. This ad in particular is interesting. Bright red hair, the boring girl involved. Guy Hudson. His twin sister. That's his sister. Wait, so Guy is here with his twin sister, and his sister is pregnant. What does that mean? We ignore the implications. Why do I think Jones Patricia? What the fuck? Fourth president. Second? Oh, right. I was trying to place Ernest Jr. But now I know where Ernest Jr. is. Probably here. And he was number 3rd, not 4th. Why did I say Jones? Oh, fuck. Well, one of these was important, eh? What's his wife's name? I don't know. But Patricia Jones, for sure. Guy Hudson. Part of ad boys and girls. Has a twin sister. Yeah, has a twin sister. Okay, connection to thing. Who the hell is the Jones? Oh no, I've lost a Jones. Okay, I've lost a piece of information because my memory was so bad, but I didn't write it down because I'm a fool. What kind of a fool doesn't take notes in the game entirely about taking notes? Like, it's the entire game. It's the premise of the game. So, Guy Hudson. No strangers to the public. Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia. Oh. Found it. Patricia. Patricia Jones. Surely the spouses must matter for something, no? Guy Hudson fancy flavors. Fancy flavors caviar. Fancy flavors. Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson. No strangers the thing. Angie Christopher. Christopher Jones. Oh wait, Business Watch? Christopher Jones. Is his name Jones? Christopher Hudson. We gotta search everything. Like, it has to be somewhere. And Angelica. Angelica Hudson. No. Angelica Hudson. Angelica Hudson. These ones are older. Because they're older, you can kind of go backwards too. And then Angelica Roottrees. Business Watch, Angelica Roottrees, no. 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 Okay, so that's all I got from this side. We're getting actually closer just by knowing that Gwendolyn is Gwendolyn Morden. That's a huge find. Oh wait, Angelica Morden. Oops. No. But now I need to find his twin sister. All the women have been erased. Like, it's so weird to me that they've been erased. Not that it's like, unknown. It's just like, wow. All gone. I see now what this game is about. I thought, in a way, it's showing the names would be cheating, but I think it does that specifically because how... Like, it'd be very hard for them to write all the last names, so it does. I think the game expects you to guess the last names at times, just based on other information that you think, and then just narrow it down to the most viable options, if that makes sense. It's a little bit frustrating because it feels like cheating in a way, but it's whatever. Zachariah. Gwendolyn Morden. This is the one I can't find anything about. Why? This doesn't exist. And Zach is also just kind of unknown at some point. Hudson has a lot of news about him. But Zachary has nothing. But we know he has 2 kids, that's for sure. The Morden kids. I don't know, if we assume that this is correct and we search up Morden, who in the God's name is Caroline? That sounds so familiar. Wait a goddamn minute. What? Caroline. Wait a minute. Caroline. Her mother, Caroline. Stephanie Jones, Caroline. Oh, shit. But she was a Landon. So Carolyn... And art websites? She seems to be, yep, because she was also on the cover of... Find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. It's mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying this story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in the upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and Beauty of a Woman. Oh, fuck, this is so much good information. Yes! Mother of Stephanie Jones, and thus presumably married a Landon. Disgusting. Okay, there was something about we got future notes for Carolyn. Bob. Here we go. Is an artist. Very nice, solid note. Is against the Roottrees policy regarding killing people. Very good. I think they fixed the note scrolling. It's weird. She seems to gets top billing as an artist, aka the only successful artist I've ever seen. Made a sculpture called Atlantis's Burden, presumably about water quality. Has a book called Self-Portrait, Art and Beauty of a Woman. This is all very important. According to a quote for Down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. Oh shit, wow. Which symbolizes society being indecisive about whether to protect and thus coddle and thus infantilize women, or whether or not women should be equals. Presumably 2 men, given it's the US of A. I have heard about that a lot. This idea of if it's somebody that you mean to protect, in doing so, in many ways, you infantilize who they are. You treat them like a child. You work with them with bubble wrap gloves, and then in a way, it's just as dehumanizing as saying that they're just an object. Because now they're not just an object; they're a thing that's something to be coveted and protected. They're more like a priceless piece of jewelry, or a handbag, or a statue, meant to just sit there and look pretty, necessarily than to do anything. Never to be exposed to risks, and never truly being alive. Think about that as I pee. I've never had my mind so clear while I'm peeing before. This game has the effect of emptying every single thought in my mind, because it's like my body knows it cannot spare a single brain cell for anything but the topics of this game, and so when it has time to breathe at last, it simply says, ah, yes, quiet, time to shut down and almost die. Atlantis' Burden. Very nice. So, somewhere down there is the mother of Carolyn Morden. We have a bunch of things. Atlantis' Burden. Okay, thank God it didn't mean to have me type that like with the quote. Self-portrait, art and beauty of woman. Please don't let this be nude. It's just like art and beauty, but it's like art that is also like risky. Dedicated to Eloa and Stephanie. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude. I knew it! It's nude! Self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. God damn it. Well, thank God they have not been added to your evidence. Thank you. In the intro, Carolyn talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. And in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Sister Gwendolyn. Bonnie. Youngest of her generation. Cousin Bonnie, cousin being one of these, so this is probably Bonnie Hudson. Gwendolyn Morden. This implies this is Carolyn Morden. And this implies that this is adopted? Oh! Who her new husband adopted Stephanie Jones, who was a part of something. So this is Landon. Landon Mark. Landon Stephanie. Well, Stephanie. Yeah, Landon Stephanie. We know who Stephanie is. Boom. This is Brian Jones. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, you're into politics. Bada bing, bada boom. Woohoo! So then, her first father. So her birth father, like, threw her away. Well, abandoned her, which implies something about that first dude and Carl, CM, mentioning that. Something happened there. There's a major thing that happened there. Bababooya. Bababooey. Progress at last. At last. Anyways. So they gave up and settled for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. So, Wilson. That's a lot of Wilsons, man. Who she calls, Dr. Wilson, completely bogus. Dr. Wilson, this is Gwendolyn Morden's husband, disliked by Carolyn Morden. Has 2 kids, Stephanie. Wait a minute. Who the hell is Eloise? Eloise has a daughter, Stephanie Landon. Dedicated her book to Eloise and to an unknown Eloise and Stephanie. Hates her, feels betrayed by her sister and cousin Bonnie, who is the twin sister of Guy Hudson, for giving up their lives for boring men. Hates her sister, dislikes her sister's husband, Dr. Wilson. It's like, yeah, it's a bit like Dr. Phil. The marriages led her to double down on her passions art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection, which is why they divorced probably. She comes up strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment, and rues how she was not able to convince her father to activate changes to policy. She also explains that the marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative. Yet the only thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leave them all behind for good, who has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and beauty of woman. So, this is Mark. So who adopted her? Art and beauty of woman. Atlantis. Burden. CM. That's Carolyn. Carolyn is standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. The sculpture is one of the many works featured in her upcoming book, Art and Beauty of Woman. The art is in Butler County when asked about inspiration on Expo. It is captioned, the sculpture is one of the many works in her book. Right. Butler County Times. Atlantis' burden. Oh, there's also a group P flag. P flag. I forgot P flag. They pee on flags, but it's also just some weird. Well, it's not weird, but like that's super important. So she's an artist. Landmark P flag. If I go back to Carolyn Morden, P flag. An organization in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Hey. Oh, wait a minute. So there's some references to this idea of like, you know, lesbians and gays. We know that Stephanie Jones grew up in a family that was entirely female oriented, which means that her mother eventually she moved from Landon Mark over into some woman, unknown female. Parents and friends of lesbians. So I mean, I think that just confirms that she's lesbian, but it doesn't say anything about who her lesbian mother was, who her lesbian lover was. Like who is her thing? There's on a few websites. Going to a quote down, Lance's burden is meant to be thing. Sculpture is one of the many works. He seems to get top billing. Who the hell is Eloise? Eloise. She has even married a man who's the opposite of Bourne. She also mentioned the marriage to Mark. If I just search that name, what happens? Eloise. Maybe Eloise is her spouse. That would make sense. Dedicated to Eloise. Because then it's like, oh, that's her spouse. That makes more sense. Mother. Presumably new spouse. Stephanie. Yeah, this makes more sense. So would she take on her name though? I don't think she'd be Eloise Morden, but I also don't know if that makes sense. No. So we have Wilsons. Gwendolyn Wilson. Maybe that's a good term to search. Let's see. Gwendolyn Wilson. We're getting kind of good. It's kind of at the later half of this game, it really does feel like you have to make some fairly large leaps of understanding to get anywhere. Like it feels a little bit absurd, almost. Not the worst thing ever, but Bonnie Hudson, Dr. Wilson. Wait, oh yeah, Dr. Wilson. All right. Dr. Wilson. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. So you are Wilson, Stephen Wilson. Okay. Well, there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons. This one's apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops up to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was a doctor to the Roottrees sisters. Whoa. Full name: Stephen Wilson, pediatrician, particularly to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer is holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world and treats every patient with world-class care. He'll treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Which implies that his sister is younger. So Jason is the middle child. Look at the Wilsons. Jason, Jem, Wilson, Zach. I don't know. Child? Student. Student or baby? Let's just assume right now student. Okay. Stephen Wilson. Dr. Stephen Wilson. That's weird. Dr. Stephen Wilson does not have a practice in Butler County. It seems he operates at the Warrendale, which is somewhere between Butler County and Pittsburgh. He does still occasionally advertise in the Butler County Times, calling out the pediatrician to the source. Warrendale, which is between Pittsburgh that location is interesting. That seems incredibly important. I'm glad this game doesn't force you to do that, but it is interesting to think about what that location means, because that location, in being in between places, places him in certain interesting locales, specifically with the idea of where maybe Bethany Davis and so where Bethany and Davy could be, but also where was she applying? Pittsburgh. Where was she voting for? Oh wait, for Butler County. Yeah, okay. He does occasionally advertise calling himself pediatrician to the SARS. Okay, well can I see that? Well, I guess you gave me it, sure. We finally have some stuff. Yo, Dr. Steven Wilson, self-pronounced pediatricians are SARS. He looks like a sleazeball. Like, he absolutely looks greasy, dude. Oh my god. I'd say it looks like he'd smell of smoke, and like, you'd find like lines of white powder in his office. Oh, Jesus. You married him, Gwendolyn? Why? You're rich. You can do anything. Well, I guess that's the point, is you can do anything. I'm not gonna judge you. Idiot. Oh, older sister. My dad is the best dad in the world. He's the best dad. It's taken 2 years ago in 1996. So I can search these names up. So the sister is older, but he's in college. And actually, this should be Jem. And Wilson Jason, yeah, he's a baby. He's literally a child. And if it says Eloise, then I know I got it. Wilson Steven, yup. Landon Mark, yup. Eloise, yup. Dude, I'm so good at stalking people. Holy shit. I should actually make this my real job. Hey, if you want to know about a particular star, like a K-pop star, let me know. I am your guy. Zach Wilson. Jem Wilson. Jem is a bit of an interesting name. I don't know if Jason would ever show up. Okay, I think they're done. So Gwendolyn Wilson. Let's search for Gwendolyn Wilson. And this is a theme that I've been thinking about this entire time. Because the themes of this game really do seem to hint towards this erasure of women, right? That started from the very beginning. The idea of Gwendolyn not being able to be anything because your father said, no, sorry, you can't be the president. You're a woman. Like, what in God's name are you talking about? And it's like, well, hold on. Well, why can't she be something? It's fascinating to think that all of this is just there. But what's crazy is that this doesn't... It's not fantasy. Like, this happens. Sorry, I keep hitting the mic. Which also means that she's just a housewife. And same with her. Like, they have no life. They're just housewives. Also, Hudson Guy, he's not the third president? Oh, right, he's not. There's already a third president. Elias C., he's president 3. Clancy Jr., he's in advertising. Clancy Jr., Clancy. Our father, lawyer. Clancy. Wait a minute. There was something important. Roottrees Clancy Jr., it was whoever was in advertising, because he was mentioning that his cousin, he was spending a lot of time with his cousin Clark. James was spending time with his cousin Clark, and then it means that his father was in advertising. So this is technically correct, if I'm assuming that this is the right thing. Okay. His defense full. Clancy. Clark? Which one of these sons of bitches is Clark? Who in God's name? Got brown eyes and he's balding. Well, this basically discredits the entire family. You got brown eyes and you're balding. All right, that's all of you. Uh-oh. I'm not really sure why OBS will sometimes die. It does not like it when I go a bit too long. I need to fix that too. I have no clue how to fix that though. But I'm pretty sure it's the plugin that I'm using. I think it's doing something that the new version doesn't like, so I do need to fix that. Anyways, back to figuring out who is who. Pretty sure we got the right stuff here. I'm trying to figure out, like, what does it mean by he has brown eyes and is balding? Like, who is the best fit for this family to be a part of whatever it is that was going on here? And also, like, how am I supposed to figure this out based on just brown eyes, given that it's so far, like, everything is so far away? He didn't have a stash, I don't think. He doesn't wear glasses. So it could be him or him. I don't really know. But what names are here that are important for me to know? There's a Carolyn here. I bet you that's Carolyn. It's somebody who screams independence, who also, think about it, would stand far away from her cousin Bonnie, because she feels like Bonnie has basically thrown the entire family under the bus. Well, at least herself under the bus. She would have felt like very bad about that, because it's like, but not on the bus. Basically, she would look down on them because of who they are and what they've done. They have green eyes specifically. I think that's Carolyn. The one with that cut's probably Carolyn, so I can actually fix her photo now. This helps me narrow things down. So that's Carolyn, because then I can get some names from this and use them to find more people. We know that that's Bonnie. We know that that's him. Those two are done. Next president, Guy Hudson. I have no clue which one is him. And there's also Ernie Jr. That's Eli, so it can't be Ernie. That's a miracle, we know that. One of them is Clark. That's Eli M specifically. And it makes sense that he'd be standing with his brother, given their hairstyle. So yeah, it's for sure him. I don't know what he does though. Mechanic? He looks like a mechanic. I'll put him down as a mechanic. I'm assuming he leads into Tessa. Which would then... But then that doesn't make any sense. Would it be a Wilkins then? That doesn't make any sense. But it would make sense. Wasn't it in the 1970s? Right now it's 1990, 20. That would make sense timeline-wise, right? So, shouldn't there be a Wilkins? I don't know. Wilkins Catherine? Catherine Wilkins. No. Feels like that might make sense. So this leaves... That's Carl. It only leaves these two faces. One of these dudes is Clark. One of these dudes is Ernie Jr. I don't even know which. Oh, there's a third dude. Holy shit, I didn't even see him. That's Ernie Jr. I know for sure that's Ernie Jr. because Ernie Jr. was described as not wanting too much attention on him. So it makes sense based on his personality that he'd be in the back of the photo. Absolutely makes sense. That's him, for sure. Which means that one of these is Carl, one of these is Carl. I mean Clark. One of these is Jim. Does Jim wear glasses? I don't think Jim wears glasses. No, he don't. But what's his color eyes? Brown. Clark? Brown. Balding. What do I do? Oh, he's balding. Look, you can see it. The peak. That's Clark with the mustache and the glasses. Okay. That's Jim. The other guy is Jim. The smiley guy. He looks a bit too radiant to not be a pop star. Like he has the money for it. I think that places all of them. So all the men are placed in this photo. The women are still not fully placed. Gwyneth M is who? Specifically, Gwyneth. I don't even know who Gwyneth is. But I've heard her name in multiple times. There's a Morden Gwendolyn, but I don't know if she's here. There is. it's not the Gwendolyn of the mother, but Gwendolyn, more than Gwendolyn. I know for sure that that's her because she's staying away from them. It's also imply that in a way she's probably standing with. Like that's the only person left. That has to be Gwendolyn with the glasses. But it's also these two girls, but they look too young. They look like daughters. And they might be related to November? I'm not sure. Miracle Jr. Because how many names are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One name missing. What? So, Miracle Jr., Eli, done. Done. I need a Gwyneth M. Somebody would have a Gwyneth somewhere. Gwyneth Morden, probably, right? Then what does that mean? Gwyneth? Madsen Gwyneth. Yeah, it should be over here. Right, the sister. The sister of Ernest. So, but then who's Gwyneth? If that's Erdson Madsen Jr., presumably they're both in the back together. So who the hell is this? Presumably that's how it works out. Maybe housewife? I don't know if she's a housewife. Madsen Gwyneth. Ernest Madsen Jr. Ernest Madsen Jr. Ernest Madsen Jr. Someone made it close. Zach Morden. But no one mentions his sister. Gwyneth Madsen. Gwyneth Madsen. Again, all the women have been basically just wiped from memory. It's very weird how the women just disappear in this family. So it's impossible to place them. But that has to be intentional in the way that it's done. Otherwise, how would you be able to know anyone here? You know what I mean? Like, it's intentional that they're being demolished. Maybe these two are technically them, and this is before Carolyn fell out with Thing. How do I know? Maybe the shape of the nose? Look at your nose. No, she has a button nose. Button nose, green eyes, that's for sure her. So yeah, that last one has to be Gwyneth. So it's actually everyone but the child is... Who the fuck is this child? What? Who is this child? Is that November? Let me just search up on the November Madsen. So that child probably is that. Like, it's probably the person for them. I have a couple of matches. One of these should trigger. Like, I have these for sure. I have this for sure. I have this for sure. Hudson Guy. So I have presidents number 1, 2, 3 should be not Elias Roottrees. It's Ernest Jr. Which means that probably isn't this photo. Or maybe there's an easier one to check. In fact, there is. They insisted the four of us stand together, so we clumped together in the middle for their brothers. Whoever her brothers. Who was Lauren's brothers? Why is she getting closer? Lauren's brothers. Clark's getting married. Yep. Dynasties. Grandfather Elias take over. Pops argued the company stay with the bloodline. Sam. Why Sam? Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Right, even chimed in. That's why I said Eli M. Miracle. Elias M. That makes sense. So his job is unknown, but that's for sure Elias. And not her brother, Elias C. being for Clancy. Right. Even chimed in, saying what? What did you say, child? So he used to drive past the old Anderson farm. Yeah. On hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm that all three are on the books. Eli even chimed in, taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. Samantha had skills of how to use car stuff. Anderson Farm. Maybe I search up Anderson Farm. I've really searched this up once. Eli even chimed in. Yep. Dynasty. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall. Determined his successor. Granddad was furious. So it came down to us next gens, right? Zach was the one. Clancy would have wanted it. But he's the one who was volunteered. So Clancy would not have been president because he didn't want it. Right. Uh-huh. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm next to the oldest of us all. No, but they wouldn't allow that. Right, but they wouldn't allow that. He just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, maybe they only wanted to go back to the farm. Yeah, complaints. Gwen is the only child, blonde, fit in, lucky cousin. Now she's here with Clark. Now I'm stuck here with Clark. She's been Starlet. Notes. Granddad of Elias. Mother's family was called the Cosels. Oh, wait. Sarah Cosell. There we go. Sarah Cosell. So I guess you are supposed to just use the names to guess. That feels a little absurd, but oh well. Was a head lawyer. Yep. 5 pieces. Lauren's father was in this generation. Next generation. Lauren's generation. It's this book. This one had a note about specifically her brothers. That's the important thing. Was her brothers. Anger. She believes based on teacher's name must be in the 3rd grade. She doesn't remember the events probably, but does remember getting in trouble. Right. Samantha Roottrees. None pieces. 5. Illegitimate daughter of Patricia and Thing. Local farmhand as EC. So he was... That's crazy that they pushed EC to be a farmer. What the hell happened to him? Next gen, Patsy. Now going by Patsy. Patsy's husband died, reunited with him. Lauren mentioned the wedding in the first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. finally married. Should be a Roottree in the first place. Yep. Sam. She's a fine woman. Also, it would have locked these in if I was correct. Wait, I was correct. So it was Madsen Ernest. Maybe she's older than him. This would fit in with the idea of the woman never getting anything. This would fit in actually very well. So, Madsen Ernest. Presidente. Numeral 3. All my doubts. Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids lucky to have her, and the children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach, who was the second one, so he became the 3rd president. It's been a long time since any real Richie has been excited about the actual Candy as Ernie, right? As Ernest. As a bonus, Gwyneth has a green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Gwyneth? Gwyneth M. Yeah, so this is Gwyneth. Mother and adoptive grandmother. Green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. So Elias Jr. was a green thumb, as in he really enjoyed working with plants. Her mother had green eyes and brown hair. What's interesting is that she doesn't have green eyes. Actually, you know who does have green eyes? Both Carolyn, but also that lady who I thought was Carolyn inside the photo. This one. And actually, that's almost a better match. Maybe. I don't know. But then, presumably, these two have similar hairstyles, like curly hair. So maybe it's not true. Maybe this is technically this. And then, what else? It's hard to explain the look. Sam's swinging image of Patsy. Her children could have that covered. Not figuring out myself, Sam's a spinning image of Patsy with a jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses that Patsy did, of course. Thick glasses Patsy did. So I explained look at Pop's thing when they read the farm's record past to Samantha Roottrees. I got flashbacks when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money. After all, was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants. So her father, Clancy Edwards, is kind of an asshole, which makes sense. I'm starting to realize maybe I don't think. EC is evil. Clancy Edwards was the one who wrote up the trust. He can decide anything for it as long as it meets the criteria of only for the bloodline. Which, it feels like Clancy Edwards was also not presumably not happy about Samantha Roottrees joining the family. Which is this. Hard to explain the look on Pop's face. Alright. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept this from there. Sam wouldn't receive, right? Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. John Miller. EC roommates. Probably John. And is named Mr. Miller. AKA John Miller. Oh my god. Did they throw him into a room because he was gay? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think EC's evil. If EC was evil, why would Samantha end up like this and be okay? I don't think there's any conspiracy to murder. I think this whole thing is like a thing to make you think there's a conspiracy to murder, but no, I think it is that EC and John were gay in a time when it wasn't really correct. I mean, this whole game has been going towards this angle of being gay and being a woman and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of bad stuff and like being racist against black people too, right? Like, there's notes about this stuff within the game's lore. Then you combine this with the fact that they were pushed to work on the farm and they weren't even given any freedom anymore. That has to explain everything. This also explains why Carolyn Morden not necessarily supported it just because of that, but maybe she probably was aware of this, given Gwendolyn and what she probably knew. Yeah, she was probably just a housewife at some point. Yeah. Like, Gwendolyn probably knew all this, because mind you, Gwendolyn was born before everybody. Same with Elias Jr. Elias, but probably was too young to know, but Gwendolyn was probably old enough to know and see what happened. Holy cow. Do I get more notes? Do you want to give me some more notes? Hello? When does she come back? when will she come back to help me? Which would make sense. It would make sense how they would know then. Because then Gwendolyn probably kept pushing it down and basically explained to them, hey, this is what happened. That would absolutely make sense. So we got him, he was a mechanic. Catherine Wilkins makes sense, which means their daughter, this is Tessa Wilson's. Because based on his clothing, he looks like a thing, like a mechanic. So she's a mechanic, and that's Tessa. And she's just a follow-up of her parents. Like, it makes sense. Taught by her parents. There we go. And this, yeah, all this explains everything. Like, this absolutely explains. She's not a housewife. So these two were not housewives. He also wasn't the fourth president. So I got those wrong. I also got this wrong, which means the order was correct. He's probably fourth president then, because right. Ernesto was the direct predecessor. I forgot. Sorry. Ernest, direct president, and then this is Madsen Gwyneth. This is what I assumed to be Gwyneth. Presumably she got housewifed too. Like, everybody got housewifed. Basically blown up, and no one was able to be like their own person. Pretty sure this order is correct, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bonnie is technically older. Great. That is correct. Because it says specifically Guy Hudson has no children. Fairly certain they have no children. Guy's uncle, we got Roottrees, yada yada yada, but like any times, Guy Hudson, break hard. He and his wife had no children. Okay, so that actually places. Okay, sorry, that's why it didn't work. This is Bonnie. Ooh, yeah, that makes sense. I wish there was an easy way to swap this. She ended up being a housewife, which is what probably she resented in some way, but that, presuming this is not fake. Okay, good. Okay, it's making more sense. Which means that's why EC was relegated to something. That's probably why the Gwendolyn line knows all this. The Gwendolyn line probably knows all this because they were told by their mother, like, yeah, this is fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. Oh man, this is some deep shit.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation.
Yes.
But I can't reveal everything.
I bet you she's November from November Studios.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake.
No,
so I'll try to
understand.
Explain why.
I know why.
It's true. I'm working with lawyers.
Yeah.
But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Right, this makes sense. So this person also knows about EC and the fact that EC was the gay twin who was relegated to being stuck in a farm.
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story.
Right.
If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
That implies that she's probably in some way related to the Samantha line of people. Because presumably those two taking care of her, had that kind of hard life. That doesn't make any sense because Madsen was the third president, so he's probably dead by now. Which means Samantha was probably dead. So it's probably it's probably Ernie Jr.'s children who were told of this truth from the mother carrying it down. As well as on Gwendolyn's side, they probably had some truth from what the mother saw too. And given that their mother was shafted for the role, it makes sense.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it.
Yep.
It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
Then who is November?
Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Yes, of course. I'll kill them.
It's also harder to verify when you're right.
Ah.
You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Oh, come on!
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake.
Oh yeah, the number mechanic.
You're getting closer and
that makes
closer
sense.
to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
I've just been working off of pure evidence. I've just been working off of pure intuition and evidence. I kind of forgot that there are numbers involved with this. I was just kind of thinking to myself, yeah, this is probably fine. Yeah, that totally makes sense. The numbers would probably help, yeah, on some level, Il Presidente. So probably, no, he was probably the 4th president. This still makes sense to me. Number 4, and he's 3rd. Problem is, I don't know who's older and who's younger, but this makes sense because he has no children. No, but he was the direct predecessor, so there has to be this is the 4th. Yeah. And Hudson was married to who? Hudson? Story itself is surprising. Guy had been the president. He and his wife had no children. Who was his wife? Patricia. There's only a Patricia Jones left. Hudson Bonnie, who was she married to? This is some pretty intense stuff. We're learning so much more about this world now. Yep, instead of returning, they hired you to call you on the phone. They claimed that they're a retreat. They gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify the personal account of the family's history. Let's let the Finch time machine find what's in the lock space, which they said was personal to them. Right. I don't even know where to begin. But this does actually help a lot. So now, anybody who's under the Elias tree, so we can actually start from there. Figure out where the siblings are. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her other father. Black hair, green eyes. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money. Not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. Yes, because probably EC told them the story, and now she recognizes how bad they are. Palpable hatred for the five pieces and Elias and Gwyneth, which absolutely makes sense. Like, he's getting married, and sure, I lost Jacob and he getting married thing. Clark apparent disrespect is due to a lack of a real father. Lord knows Eli C stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Her brother is Edward. So, shit. Eli C practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. So, Clark and Jim, which means, yeah. Oh, I see. He's actually over here. So, Elias C is over here. Which means he's the advertiser. So this makes sense. He's the advertising. Gotcha. And then... Yep, he's raised them, and he said the advertisements got to him. That's why he's followed along with his thing. He's marrying Jane to keep her. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, so he knows what causes these things. Without her, he'd be the third wheel in the band. I think I'm done with the Clark side, right? Which means I'm just gonna throw out like a Hail Mary, Luisa. I'm gonna say Luisa Garcia. What's weird is that this doesn't lock in, so I don't know what the fuck is going on with Rafferty Chris. Because it means that this isn't him. Who is Chris? Her photo is correct, but his was not? What's he now? Who is Chris Rafferty now? I doubt he's anyone actually special or famous, right? At prodigy.us, Go Tartans, Lulu, Cousins, Scrambled Images, Yukon. Maybe he's no longer an artist. Maybe he was never an artist. LaRue Jane. I think I have a photo of her. I don't know why I didn't capture. Yeah, but he married Jane. That makes sense. Okay. It all stems from Lauren. Lauren has a bunch of information. Clark got married again. So, yeah, Eli's marriage. Eli C practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. So who in the world is Carl's father? Edward. So it's left with the Roottrees, Edward, Roottrees, Clancy. So I can probably find something here. Edward, Roottrees. One of these must be related to somebody. Clancy. Carl Roottrees. If I can find his father, I can find everything else. Carl Roottrees, Brenda, the entire Roottrees family is in shock, filling in with his absence. Like his great-grandfather before him. Yeah. Cool and all. That's very cool, Carl. Was voted the Watchman. Yeah, okay. Who's your father? Mentioned in the Butler Times. They're not. Most of the articles are not important. The car crash is too recent. Married to Brenda White, both in their early 20s. Very frivolous. Charity event. Wait. Roottrees charity. Nothing. Mentions staying, Ernie Jr. Ernie never liked the spotlight. Does mention illness as the reason why he stepped down, but no way to see who his father is. But Carl, Own. Okay, let's just look at all the woman names. Stephanie, Linus, Cornwall. Wait, wasn't one of these people a Cornwall? Somebody was a Cornwall. That's a very important tip. Own, Joan, Stone, Monroe, Joan, but Stone, right? Own, Stone, unknown, Joan. Yeah, so that's the only one left. So they're done. housewife? I don't know. There's no way all the women become housewives like this. Well, I mean that totally makes sense though, but Guy Hudson. Right, and then Ernest randomly became El Presidente. Like his presidency was very sudden. Makes sense that he's third. But if I'm correct on these two, Ernest, Guy, Margalit, and Elias, this should be done. Which means that this is out of order. He's younger than Gwyneth. And I don't think that's his photo. This is Ernest Jr. Madsen. One of these assholes. There we go. This is just like throwing darts at the board and hoping that it works now. Now the game's starting to fall apart, and I don't know if this is necessarily correct. Monroe Joan, yeah. Garcia Luisa, yeah. Jones Patricia, yeah. So his job is wrong. What's your job? There's no way you're in advertising too. Like, there's no way. But Curse of the Roottrees was a very important thing, actually. Curse of Roottrees. Something about a curse. Root tree curse. There we go. Carl and Brenda, that means 5 new deaths. 3 of the 5 presidents have died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. No one was saying, I can't believe Ernie's name was here the entire time. Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. Mayan ruby skull. Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that was supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when the boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull glyphs, you find no sources of verifiable details to back up any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. You know, this could actually be related to the amount of stuff that they're doing, pulling up, you know, and ruining forests, right? It does seem reasonable if you skip many lines of normalcy. There's another entry that claims you connect the dots in the pattern. Yeah, okay. The post before has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 simultaneous time cubes. Nothing relevant. An entry. Chris Raff 75 at Prodigy.us asking him to take his site down with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks credible, he knows that it's not true. Seemingly taken. Operation R229. I forgot to check this out. Find more conspiracy theory websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over. And that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottree Company meeting hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Jesus Christ. Get some help. Their proof is that the candies contain polyglycerol polyricinolate, an ingredient in the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it's added to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children who have eaten Roottree candy in the past. It's an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the USDA. Very nice. Very nice. What was the name that I was going to check out? There was one name that I was going to check out. Very important. Brenda Wyatt. Ernie Madsen Jr. What name was it? There's a November Studios mystery going on here. 3 kids went to college. There's a Kellogg. Somebody has a Kellogg. Is this a Kellogg? Who's Kellogg? Bethany Kellogg, Kellogg David III. That's a bit of a stretch, TBH. Ernest Madsen Jr. Guy's car, he stepped down. Ernest Madsen Jr. Candy Factory. Can I get a photo of this, maybe? No. Anderson Maple Farm. There has to be history about this farm. There are a few photos. The photo was advertised. Yet Gwyneth Anderson, she had no brothers, older sister. A lie secrete the candy. Appliances. She used to be a housewife. What a life. Butler County Times has had consistent ad for tours and demonstrations of various Anderson Maple Farm. Oh. Since twice each summer, current heading of farming, Mrs. Cattrall, returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces Mrs. Cattrall were made at the beginning of the century. Head of farming, Cattrall. Cattrall. One of these is a Cattrall. Stephanie Cattrall. Sure, we'll switch up to Stephanie Cattrall. Stephanie Cattrall. I fucked up her name, didn't I? Cattrall. Wow. These people are hard to find. Jesus. Anderson Maples. How they were made. The demonstration provides free samples of the original 5 flavors. They cost quite a lot to attend and sell it every time, so the Butler County Times recommends getting tickets at the moment that they go on sale. You do learn that the farm offers discounts on Tuesdays. Well, if I'm assuming that she's the current head, what does it mean to be the current head? And also there's photos of people. Oh no. But we know who the brothers are. One of these dudes. How come this one opens up to this one, but this one doesn't? Right. Elias C. Edward Clancy. Her brother was Clancy Jr., which we know about from her diary. And then it's the other brother. That one's taken. If he's older, I'm assuming it should be like this instead. Assuming they're standing roughly in order of height and like age. Like that, he looks too young. So that's probably Edward. What was he doing? What was Edward doing? No, wrong one. This one had a note about their family. Names, here we go. Pete's sake, 4 Elis. There are 4 Elis? What? There are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Eli in town, I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. You stupid son of a bitch. Why'd you say there's 4 Elis but you say 3 names? What the fuck is wrong with you? You fuck. What? Huh? Well, that's why they became Uncle Junior or Miracles Eli or Eli C. Elias C. Uncle Eli. Well, who's the 4th Eli? Oh, Eli, the top Eli. Right. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Grandpa was a believer in using names of each generation to honor the last. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Right, so he's Clancy Jr., so that's Edward. I'm correct. Yeah, that makes sense. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother? Caroline, who was Elias's mother. What? I got that. Did I? Gwendolyn got her name from a mix of Gwyneth? Who was Elias's mother. What? That's a very important line. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Who the fuck is Elias Jr.? Who else is an Elias? Clancy, Edward Jr., Elias M. This is a Tessa. There's only 3 Eliases. Who was Elias's mother? Gwendolyn. Gwyneth means that this is a Gwendolyn. There's a Morden Gwendolyn. Or a Madsen Gwendolyn. But Morden Gwendolyn's over here. Madsen Gwyneth? Gwendolyn. Uh-huh. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations go. So it'd be like Gwendolyn, Angelica. Gwangelica? No fucking know. Gwyneth and Carolyn, who is Elias's mother. Well, this does imply something. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combinations of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Elias being the grandfather. Gwyneth. We know Gwyneth should be somewhere here in this line. Should be somebody here in this line, like it should be. So, is Gwendolyn here? But that doesn't make sense because Morden Caroline's sister, Morden Caroline, was her. And then the book. There we go. Self-Portrait and Beauty of a Woman. Carolyn Morden. But when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie. So yeah, sister Gwendolyn. Morden Gwendolyn. Makes sense. Gave up. Their marriages led them to double down. This picture's probably wrong then. I mean, really, then we just kind of keep going until we get something good. We just keep like throwing out photos until somebody eventually hits and it's like, bing! Massive here. Hudson Bonnie. Who's she married? There's no female equivalent. Yep, man, this diary is so much information. It's like a companion piece. The first thing she finds, she ever wrote, school about anger. Yeah, she knows about this. So the secret daughter, Clark. This thing has 2. What? What? Line of work, 6th sense. The numbers, how many clues are connected to a specific piece, the more there is to find. Okay, as you progress, the numbers will change. New discoveries and the old evidence will become less useful. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high values because it can lead to finding more evidence. You must see a huge piece of the puzzle. So this is more. Deja vu. Clark's got married again. I lost Jacob. It's because of Clancy and Edward. More than I can say for Clancy and Edward. Clancy Jr., Edward, yep. Eli C. practically raised. So it's because of these 2 brothers. These 2 fuckeries are fucking me up. Clancy Jr. Roottrees. How do I find this job? You're telling me these people don't work? Wasn't there? Well, I swear there was a book somewhere. Very important book. Business Watch, Family Doku. Thank God this has all the history. Alfred Davis. We're not doing that again. Edith Jacobson, who mentions a Helen Roottrees. Miracle Congregations Church. Oh shit, that's the name of the church. I didn't realize. Miracle Congregations Church. Watchman of the Year. No, the Roottrees are dead. Yes. They pretend to be church employees. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Husband Miracle. Oh. What? Helen? Oh, yeah, right. Husband Miracle. Right. And Helen Roottrees was quoted as saying, God forgives. I don't know why it didn't lock in her name as Nicole. It's not a Madsen Nicole. I doubt this is a Madsen Nicole. It's probably Madsen's over here. So it just makes sense that that's Nicole over there. Which means there's a Madsen Nicole somewhere else. There was one book about the family that was weird. Gwyn Roottrees. Wild Bill. I already know about all this. Cornwall. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, so she had the Cornwall father. He's Cornwall Linus. That makes sense. And also this picture of her holding her children. Where is it? I forget which one it is. My eyes are glazing over. This one. Yeah, where she's got like a slightly curled hair. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So she's the Cornwall. Now we need to do Ronald Roottrees. Where the hell am I gonna find Ronald Roottrees again? Who is his partner? What? RR Productions. Robbie Roottrees. Sure. Brother Trouble. Ron Roottrees. Small time director Ronald. Maybe we're supposed to search Ron? These games all tend to sort of evolve in this way. There's something funny about the fact that, like, at some point, these games just sort of devolve into you trying things out, and even the game hints at this. Like, the game tells you, okay, well, listen, at this point the game's basically done, so you might as well just keep guessing things because it's easier to narrow down. I can see why they have the names within the list now, because there just wasn't, there's just not enough written material to support every single trail, because that's not how life works. Like, very often people are just there. So that list of names is what she gave us to try and help guide us, because of her objective of us unearthing a secret. And does it make sense why we have to go through all of this? It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Brother Robbie, Gobbled America, Special Line Charisma. 2 children who are outside of the family. It's kind of weird. I mean, it could be Davy. I feel like it's just a Kellogg, but who is a Kellogg? See, it's Kellogg David the Third, Kellogg David the Fourth, which means it has to be married to a woman. How many unmarried women are left in the family? She's married. Oh, there's only one unmarried woman left in the family. Kellogg. That doesn't make any sense. No, Kellogg. David the Third. And then this is Davy. And then this is Bethany. That makes sense. Oh, that does make sense. Because what did the RP say? The dichotomy. Dichotomy. Daichotomate. Dichotomy, bifurcation. The splitting in two of the family into the men and the woman. It's the dichotomy of the men and the woman. And in a way, in doing so, you erase everybody. Everybody gets erased. Daichotomate. Okay, that totally makes sense. So he's a college. And she's a student. Okay, that did not trigger, so still kinda on the back foot here. But we got Madsen. What are you? No. No. Sorry, I kinda fucked up all the photos. Shit. Like, these are my good educated guesses here. This is some good shit here. But some women are missing photos. Which women are left? How many women could there possibly be? Which one of these dudes has the porn stash is the guy? Because Clark was in there. But that's for sure Ernest, so that has to be Clark. Yeah, okay. We just need to find information about Carl's dad. He wasn't anything. He might have been a lawyer, TBH. He might have been a lawyer. Roottrees, Clancy Trust. Maybe Clancy Trust. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Company mandates. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Checks and balances. Have tried to forcibly remove other members from it. The 5 Ps guarantee. Probably in the 5 Ps guarantee we'll find something interesting, but I want to do this first. Clancy Trust was mentioned. More recently references pop in. It's clear that it allows the entire Ritchie family to earn money based on profits of Candy Company. The first article you find from 1943 mentions that the infallible legal aspects of it were designed by secure the feature. Yeah, okay, sure. I need to find you. What is your relation and who is your children? 5-piece guarantee. We know about this one from here. Combination and alliance Ritchie's the Candy family business. Yearly salary makes sense, so only presidents could be a part of the direct bloodline. Do we have all the presidents? We have 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have all 5. Roottrees Edward. I don't know. What names are the left? Bean. Deborah Bean. Wait. D. Debbie. And CM. CM is interesting too. Wait, on that letter. Shiva Candle. Carl and Brenda. We know who Ernie is now. Ernie and I knew that it had been Carl and you. Not only for his family. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl has taken... Okay, so this is Brenda Bean and some of the child named Bean. So Brenda is Ernie's wife. Because that's a letter from his wife, probably. And that's why they have Shiva candles. It's not him, because the entire miracle line is already done. Where are you, Ernie? Your wife is named Bean? Sorry. It's Mr. Bean! I'm assuming your daughter then is Madsen Nicole. So, baby. Studenta. That's Mr. Bean. Okay, so Mr. Bean's done. Much love, Debbie. Who the hell is CM? CM. The cum miser. Wow, why did the cum miser send a letter to Carl asking to support Stephanie Jones? Stephanie Jones, baby, Christmas. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye, but when it comes to candy, don't let her... CM. Something Madsen. No. What are the names that left? It has to be C first name. There are no C first names left. And last name M. Is it Madsen? Catchroll? No. But we do know current head of the farm is Catchroll. So, Catchroll. Something Stephanie Catchroll, probably. Mrs. Catchroll, I think it was. Anson Farm, right? What was it? Anson Farm. We're so close to finishing this. I just need to figure out why it doesn't work. Elias took over. Yeah, current one. Anson Maple Farm. If I go to periodicals, there we go. Mrs. Catchroll, returning to the farm. Maybe Gwyneth was a child. Why did I think Gwyneth was not the child? Why did I think Gwyneth was like a sister or something? That don't make sense. Because then it's like Catchroll Sam, Catchroll Stephanie. Because then it's like, okay, maybe Gwyneth was here. But then in the photo, family reunion, there's a Gwyneth M. Maybe that's Gwyneth, that child. Who is this lady? really has to be this. Bean, Deborah for his wife. Natural Stephanie, farmer. Means you're a farmer. Are they farmers? Well, she's not really a farmer yet. She's still a student, right? Because the head of the farm is Miss Cattrall. But the problem is that Cattrall Stephanie is a bit of a name jump. Why would she name herself Cattrall Stephanie? God. Yep, lawyers. Wait, there was something about lawyers and architects. This was about it. Name Sam. Scandal. No, this was it. Dynasty, which had been a fly in the wall. Holding on for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. Pop argued at length. Going to Zach. I'm not sure, even though his name doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn five-piece. Not sure how this is relevant to running the company, but Grandpa always said like, couldn't have been a woman. What did your brothers do for a living? I swear to God. Please don't tell me they were both lawyers. It's so boring. Really? I feel like we're so close. I don't even want to give up on this. We're so close. I just don't know how to go from Davy and Bethany to whatever the heck they are. Because Kellogg is important to know the name. And it makes sense that this would be the only Kellogg left because she's the only woman left who's not married. But like, where do you go from there? And how do you get Ronald Roottrees the thing? Wife. Maybe we go back. And we say that I need to just leave this for next time. Because I can't imagine how any of this I'd figured this out. Brenda Bean. Carl and Brenda, which was Deborah Bean. Much love, Debbie. Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. Yeah, so that actually just blows it out of the water. That's Matt and Nicole. That's Deborah Bean. Yeah, that makes sense. Those two are done. Ruchi Motors is done. This is done. This is done. This is done. It's the Tessa. It's the Penelope Tessa Green. It's this. Jack. The Laugh Lounge. Wait a minute. Penelope Tessa Green. Oh, you know what? This makes sense. She was a star on Brother Trouble, which means she's probably with... That's probably why she was listed, because she's with him. And so you have this baby. This stupid fucking baby. Like, it's just a stupid baby. It's just a stupid baby. Okay, so the baby's over there. I don't know if that's the same baby, though. Is it the same baby? Joko Lantern. Who is this baby? Joko Lantern. Well, this is for sure Jack. Jack Rootree. And then it's not good. Like a student. That makes total sense. Okay, this is when the leaps of logic start to come to play. I was like, there's no way Penelope is not an important character based on all stuff. Cornwall Lannis, Tessa Green, Penelope, Smith, Nicole, yep. Bean Deborah. Okay, Edward Rootree was a lawyer. Cattrall Sam, Cattrall, yep. Cattrall Stephanie. Hell yeah, brother. That's it. Okay, wait, so, okay, some of the things are wrong. What do you do for a living? Huh? So, this has to be Mads and Gwyneth. Oh, but the photo doesn't work because the photo was taken. What? I do believe that's correct. And you're a baby. I don't even know what Roottrees are left. Christina and November. What the fuck? November? Yeah, November. Wait, what? You're not a student? So what are you? If you're not a student, what do you do? You're a baby. Oh, is I dead? No. Baby. So what do you do? You're in middle school. What is your job? Your job is to be a student. It's what parents always tell us about. Parents always say, like, oh, it's your job to be a student. Like, it's literally your job to be a student. What are you doing walking around like you're like a fully grown human? Get back in school. What are you? You're not in advertising. Lawyer? Architect. Lawyer, advertising, Arthur. Architect. Let's just say architect. I don't think they want to be a preacher. What is this baby's name? Could it be that this is why they're in a box? I don't think these guys were putting a case towards EC. They were putting a case towards Clancy. Their case must have been against Clancy. No. Yeah. And wait, no, the case must have been against Carl. Think about it. Who else would they have a case against? Everyone's dead. Everyone from this line is effectively dead. There's no way that it's still alive. Zachariah died because he's old. Like, these people are really old. They're so old that Madsen Ernest Jr. would have been dead by now. So, he's dead. He's dead. And while they bring a case against AC, he hasn't done anything wrong. Gwyn probably found out as well. They probably brought the case against Carl. That's probably why they were then... This line probably means, oh, that they were cut off from the family. Joke? Oh, lantern. Most famous one... Wear costumes, best costume, minimum 2 drink minimum. Okay, sure. I really don't know. It's actually impossible to figure out what is going on. I actually have no clue what is going on. I can't even begin to imagine what other clues I need to figure out. Like, how do you narrow down a baby's name? How in God's name do you narrow down a baby? The worst part, you can't tell if the baby is like a stereotypically presenting like male or female. Like you can't tell. All babies look the same. This face could be anything. He even has this smug eyebrow thing going on. Who is Christina Roottrees? Let's just search up names. You know what? If the game wants us to do this, then we just do this. There's also some more things we need to read that we read before. There was a book specifically about something about the family tree. Watchman of the Year. Yep. Sound of Laughter. Edith? Right. Crime Blotter. Gwyn Roottrees. Wild Bill Williams. That's all done. These Times. Brian Jones. The LaRue family. Elias Roottrees, Gwyn Roottrees. Wilkins Motors. Ah, God. This is... Like, this is tough. What do you mean she's not a student? What do you mean? What could she possibly do? If she's a pediatrician, I bet you she's a nurse. Pediatrician and nurse, right? That totally makes sense on how they met. Settling for somebody. She did mention, Carolyn mentioned that she was settling in some way. It has to be her. Like, I can't believe that's not her, given the eye color. This makes sense. This all makes sense. Stephanie Jones was then adopted. Why did Carl have a problem with this? What is your job? Author? Fuck it, you're a comedian now. This baby made this baby a comedian. Don't give a shit anymore. Oh God. Lauren, okay, we have to find some more notes. This has to be a note with some eyeglasses on it, right? I see why they added this to this feature now. When you get this much evidence, there's a point where it's very hard to figure out what's going on. Wait, magazine Teen Blast. Oh shit. I didn't even think about that. Teen Blast. Magazine, aimed at teenage girls. Offers the condolences. Raina Roottrees first appeared on the cover. Oh my god. This was one of the beginning things. Raina was on the cover. She did an interview, and you have a picture of her. Good. I like pictures of people. Very cool. Brother Trouble canceled. Team Blast can tell you. TMS was also how to know if he's interested. Raina Sweet 16. Sure, I love pictures. I'll take pictures. Sure, that's totally not weird. Interview. Raina talks about inspirations. One thing I've learned is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. Yes, it is. Give up, Raina. Give up on your dreams right now. You're dead. It's too late for you. It's too late for you to have dreams. You're dead. You're long dead. So then I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in the family that also made the Roottrees name famous. His oldest sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they read in school. Yep. Worked with my mom, design clothing, help with decide what colors and patterns I want to model, and she dances the clothes. Although my grandfather passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Very nice. Thank you, Raina. So cool. So, what the fuck do the teenagers know? Gossip? Faces? TMS. Tommy Mike Sheridan. Here we go. Wait. There's in the issue, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. He was on the cover 38 times. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of the article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, one thing seems relevant. A gossip section for 96, about 8 months is TMS dating a Roottries. Have you seen autograph signing? TMS told the Team Blast reported it's fucking Team Blast sounds like a stupid name. They met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically. I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. Little weird. Wait, what? So she had a crush on him when she was younger, when she was like 16, and this guy was already in his 20s acting. And as presumably like 10 years later, because she's the oldest, she's now in her 20s to like 30s, and he's in his 30s to like 40s, and so they get married around this time, and they meet up because Penelope is married to Ron, and that's why they still meet up at the house because she's married to Ron Roottrees, which means that Carl in a way was actually really close to Ron Roottrees. At least the daughters were. So why would that? Huh? So no, who would they sue? Like who is their case against? Anyways, I told her I have a crush. When I Team Blast asked who it was, TMS, but we did some digging. One of the cases of Brother Trouble, Ron married Penelope, who played TMS's mom. Ron's a distant relative. Okay, well this is what would have told us. That's what would have told us? Shit. DMS? What's his name? DRM? DMS? DRM? What the fuck is it called? Dustin DCB. Look at this. DMS's co-star. Not related to the Roottrees. Penelope Tessa Green. Was not really who teen. Okay, Ron Roottrees. Rob Roottrees. Rose Roottrees. Roottrees' sisters. The search isn't the best, and so your results are flooded. Some ads mention Raina, Riley, and Rose. Riley? Roottrees. Roottrees Candy. Carl Roottrees. Who else would be popular with teenagers? I don't know. Candy Roottrees. Wait, she seems... Wait, but why? I don't need her. I'm actually done with her. Okay, well, I guess teenagers are just fucking sons of guns. There's none here. There's one in Dynasty. Clancy and lawyers. Clancy told me everyone got quite heated. So Clancy was at the meeting. Which makes sense because he was old enough. Curious, none of his sons would take over. Okay, so Pop argued at length the company should stay. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. I guess he's in marketing or business? I don't really know. Maybe it makes sense that he'd be in advertising them. Like, what's a role that would transition to president well? Finance? Farmer, no. Also, I didn't get the Catchrolls right. Catchroll Sam. This is Madsen Gwyneth. And then this is Stephanie. Stephanie Catchroll. She's a farmer. There we go. That's the spirit. I think. But then one of these is November. But this has to be Catchroll Stephanie Farmer. Because she's the head of the farm. I think. There's no way. That's Stephanie Jones. Why is she not locked in? Wait, where's Stephanie Jones? They not logged in Stephanie Jones? Alternate photo? Am I crazy? Where's Stephanie Jones? I swear I locked in her alternate photo. Stephanie? Stephanie. Where's Stephanie? Steph? Stephanie? Steph? Steph? Steph, are you there? Steph? Stephanie? What the fuck? What? Who is this? That's not Stephanie! What? Who is this? What? Oh shit, I got it wrong. Oh shit, I thought it was Stephanie the whole time. Wait a minute. Who is this? Cousins. Okay, use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Stephanie is an only child, but she has no alternate photo. Stephanie. Oh, that's Stephanie. Green eyes. Green eyes. Stephanie Catchroll. Who else has green eyes? Is that even Bethany then? Oh shit, I think I got them mixed up. I never actually confirmed who is who. I just assumed that the middle school child was Bethany, but that's actually not true. It doesn't make any sense. Yearbook picture. He says specifically Bethany's yearbook picture. And Stephanie, who's an only child. This is Bethany. She's in the yearbook. I don't know if she's in college. Assuming K to 12, yearbook, presumably somewhere around then. That totally makes sense. So then this is actually this. This is actually this. This is actually her. They're all farmers. But who's November? Because specifically, in this photo, there's a November. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What is November's last name? Roottrees November. I don't even know where she gets placed. It can't be the baby. There's no fucking way it's the baby. November. Yeah. Let me think about the timeline here. Guy Hudson is alive in this photo. Guy is over here. Like, he's old. Kind of the same generation, though, so it would make sense for Madsen. I still don't think that's Madsen in some way. But it has to be a green eye line. It has to be... Bethany is a third cousin. Third cousin being somewhere one of these, right? Same family line as Chris. Bethany, Stephanie. Stephanie is the one with the backpack. She has green eyes. Black hair, green eyes. Jet black hair, green eyes. Jet black hair, green eyes. We don't have a photo for Madsen. We've never had a photo for Madsen. That's why this doesn't resolve. That's also why she's not a farmer. Well, she's a farmer. Now she's a head farmer. Okay, this actually makes sense. Maybe she's in college. Who is this lady? It's all about the features. If you follow the features down in terms of hair color, this should make sense. She has like orange hair, red hair, but she's also kind of blondish. That don't make sense. More than Gwendolyn. There was a Gwendolyn here. This actually could just be Morden set. That could be Gwendolyn. They have very similar features. But we don't have a jet black hair, green eye photo for Madsen. It's specifically about the farm, though. So, Sam Cattrall. Let me just try searching this. Sam Cattrall. Specifically in the Anderson farm. Yeah, sorry, in the wrong place. Anderson farm. Maple farm. Maple. Anderson Maple Farm. The first Anderson Maples. Gwyneth Anderson, before our lives, a success. Yeah. So there's like a bunch of books somewhere. I'm probably missing books somewhere. Anderson Maples. What? Ads and tours. The current head of farming, Mrs. Cattrall. So is she a CEO? I don't think she's a CEO though. Farmer runs discounts on Tuesdays. Do teens in this place talk about the farm? I don't think they talk about the farm. I'm missing something about the Cattrall. I need to somehow get to the Cattrall. Stephanie Cattrall. Okay, C-A-T-T-R-A-L-L. Yeah, C-A-T-T-R-A-L. His sister is for sure Madsen. Gwyneth Madsen, we know this much. That's for sure. Gwyneth M is somewhere in this photo. So of these women, which one is which? Shit. She has to have green eyes and black hair. And she's in this photo. Does he have green eyes? He doesn't have green eyes. He has no green eyes. Maybe the green eyes don't matter. He has like wavy hair. Might be her. They might both have glasses. TBH. And I'm assuming maybe she's just a housewife. No. What is this guy's role? Oh my god. Conspiracy theory? Actor? I don't know what he does. Because a lot of the roles are fake, too. There's some fake roles. Maybe he's a lawyer. Politics. Okay, you know what? I think we call it. I have no clue what's left. There's like... There's one specific thing that I'm missing from these final pieces. I'm sure we'll get it next time. But I have to go anyways because I need to plan for tomorrow and set things up. But we're so close. I just need to figure out what is the baby. Like there's something about this baby. There's something about this family line in particular. They were probably excommunicado after what they tried to do. We finally, I'm pretty sure it's EC, Edward Clancy, as well as John Miller are the two people. Wait, I've never searched up John Miller actually. John Miller. Which would make sense given what's been going on at the farm, right? Like it makes sense why this person was tossed over there. Edward Clancy Roottrees. I doubt this name actually pops, but it's fascinating to see how hard it is to find certain details in this game. But it's really interesting too because like you can get down this like giant rabbit hole eventually, where you uncover some very deep dark secrets, especially with the secret candy thing. Where you go like all of a sudden, boom, you know, the first candy ad had a egg cream EC. I see why this game does the number thing now. Like, it really makes sense now. It's only at the end of the game where you start to realize how the game sort of works and why they do certain things. It's because it's so difficult for the game to keep this, like, trail of information actually well because of the way that things flow. Like, it's very hard for the game to flow naturally into certain things. Like, it's... How do I say this? Basically, the way that this game is, it makes sense why eventually it gives you this whole list of names and why it's structured as if somebody's giving you this information and telling you to find all the links, right? Because at some point, there's just not enough new information for you that you get into a consistent state of discovery. Like, you could miss Team Blast completely by just not even thinking about that. So I see why they throw you a bone to give you all these names. Again, I think I would enjoy it if it was harder, but I see it being frustrating for most people to play. But it's good. Surprisingly really good. And honestly, I'm pretty sure it's the gay angle of, like, EC being gay. That's why he was excommunicated. Which is messed up to think about. Because... And I like what this game is talking about in terms of the stories of the people and what's happening to them. It just makes sense, given the time period too, that of course they'd be going through these issues and trying to navigate this. Like, of course this is happening. This is just that perfect time period for all these problems. And for all this prejudice to be there. And it makes sense why these various family members are doing these too, or like doing these things too, right? Why they're deciding to react in these certain ways. I'm also realizing Stephanie Landon is probably the one who's writing that book. And I don't think there was any conspiracy to kill. Genuinely, I think the game throws that as a red herring to almost distract you and sort of push you forward onto this pathway of I want to find out who killed who. But the reality of it is even colder. The kill happened a hell of a lot sooner. The kill happened in the first generation, not now. Now it's just a weird freak accident, right? The sheer coincidence. Sometimes things are coincidence. But the kill actually happened here. When EC, having been found to be gay, was pushed to be with his roommate John Miller, and now they're stuck in a room together with nothing to their name. There's a mystery of who is November. It's seemingly a whole family line that's been cut off, right? With the bifurcation, dichotomy. It's just all hinting towards this idea of, you know, on the surface, this family seems like it's great. You live in the family and you get the funds for it, but what's the purpose of all the money if you yourself as a human being don't get to be who you want to be? Both in terms of the talents of the woman being pushed down and you are, like, your sexuality being something that is ultimately going to force you out of the family and be put into a place and where you'll be called evil the entire time. It's pretty absurd. So it's interesting to see sort of the growth of the characters too, like across generations. These things get better, like the understanding of what these things are and the acceptance of it gets better, because obviously as we grow older and older, we shed our prejudices and we start to look at it much more whole. Like, we look at these problems much more fresh. We don't have any bias to carry ourselves forward. And you realize that when you drop your bias against these things, it's actually not bad at all. But it's just this weird bias that was built up over generations that these old people had, right? That forces them to make these different decisions. Now, obviously, I'm still unclear about who RR specifically sued then. I don't think they would sue EC. Like, I don't think they would try to bring the suit against EC. I don't think EC did anything bad. But I think the reason why they're in this red box is because A, they're very important, because their case is actually the thing that probably was it's the anchor by which every other theory kind of falls into place, and probably why the author of the current person, like the person who hired this, who's authoring this like new report, who's probably November, even started going down this route, was because of this. This is November. She's a baby. Next time on Stinky, the baby was the key to everything. You jest. I actually think this baby is November, and it absolutely makes sense. But wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Because November would have been born by her then. So who's the baby? Who's the baby? This is Christina. Oh, it's Christina! I bet you Christina is no longer a baby. She's an author. That's her current job. Her current job is a reporter, investigator. politics preacher, public speaker. She's an author. Travel agent? I don't think anyone's a travel agent. I think this is Christina. Because she would be the youngest on this family. They didn't have kids. Tessa is a mechanic. This is the only person left who could do anything. Wait, when was the photo dated? Right now it's 1996. 1998. When was this photo dated? How old is this baby? Oh. No, the baby's still a baby. Okay, well, I thought the baby was a reporter, but no, the baby would have only been 1 year older, so that's still a baby. So it's not Christina. I mean, it's the only Roottrees left, really. I mean, it's not November though. It has to be Christina. Anyways, look, the baby is the key to everything. I figure out this baby, I knock out one more Roottrees name, and then I know where the other Roottrees name goes, because there's only one line that has still kept the Roottrees name all of this time. Edward. Over in the Edward line. So presumably, maybe his child is the one that's doing the reporting, and then that's probably how she knows about the quote unquote evil twin. Anyways, look, we'll save these for next time. I need to. What I'm gonna do after is I'm just gonna look through if I'm missing any links, because I don't want to do that next stream. Next stream, that's gonna be hell. But I think this game is fantastic, genuinely. It starts to fall apart at the end, just in terms of gameplay structure. But it's like you can't really expect somebody to write news articles about a bunch of women. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, that's why the game has no information on Gwendolyn, and none on Angelica, and none on Bonnie, because it's the game's world. It's our world. It's a reflection. It's a lens. It's a mirror that we're looking into. It's a world that didn't respect women. It's a world that didn't respect you if you weren't sort of the stereotypically masculine, feminine type of person. If you were anything outside of the norm, you were seen as, again in quotes, the evil twin. You were seen as somebody who was awful. And you even see this because Christensen, who's a woman who herself probably is being pushed down in many ways by this patriarchal society, by these stereotypes, also had that same thought about EC when she said that he was evil. Our daughter is being left with somebody evil. And yet her daughter seemed fine. Her daughter was amazing with the family. Because if he was evil, surely it would have passed on, right? But it's not. And his only crime probably was of being gay. I genuinely think so. With his long-term roommate, John. What a fantastic game. I thought that was about murder. It just gets better and better. Just keeps on going. This baby is the key to everything. I will figure out who you are, baby. Soon, someday. I need to find the magazine about babies.